It looks warm.
I got my sweater on, but
I think
warm.
it's designed to be standing up because you're kind of
I'm a little
warped
puffy right now.
sitting down.
All right, well, I'm sitting down for a minute because that was some effort to get the headphones, and we'll stand up throughout the show. But yeah, first time dressing up in quite some time. All right, we'll see how this goes on a Friday, Halloween, the 31st. It was Halloween down in Coastal last night. Did you catch any of that?
I did. 5 turnovers.
Dude, that was you talk about freaky.
That was a wild game.
Had to be wearing your glow-in-the-dark uniforms, not turn the ball over.
Yeah, I guess so. Did you come away from that feeling a little bit more worried about that game?
No, I didn't, but I'm a Coastal. We've had, and you and I will do it. I don't know when. We'll make it happen. We've had Tim Beck on. Chance Miller has been on with us, big fans. Kevin Schnall, the baseball coach, big fans. I've become a Coastal fan. And want to support them and be a part of them. But I'm also recognizing last night, Marshall just lost their mind.
They did.
Like, just whatever happened. I mean, Marshall's in control of that football game.
Yeah, they up by
They were up 10.
Yeah, they were up 10.
They were up 10 twice
Yeah.
in that game. They were up 13-3, and I think they were up 10-0 too, but they were up 13-3 and 20-10 as I really got to watching. And then if you didn't see it, just random turnovers left and right to start the third quarter. I want to say that Marshall was leading at halftime, and random turnovers to start the third quarter are what ended up knocking them out of the game. But kudos to Coastal. They're now 4-1 in the Sun Belt.
They are.
And, hey, that's like I said, for us in this state, I kind of love it. Because you get Clemson, who will play some fun little, obviously, ACC games. They get Duke this weekend, South Carolina. We know what home games you can go and see there. And then Coastal, I'd love to see Coastal maybe bounce up one more. I'd love to see it, but I think the Sun Belt's fun, the Fun Belt. But, you get something like App State that's a fun little series that they have. So, like on a weekend, you don't have a game with South Carolina and Clemson at home. You want to go to Conway, to Brooks Stadium, get some free concessions and catch a game? I would do it. I haven't done it. As I said initially before before I got sick and went out and everything, you and I would have been down at, I would have, I don't know, I can't speak for you. Never really informed you of this plan, but I was finalizing it. We would have been down in Conway last night for the game, and would have done a show from the game, maybe from the press box for Chance Miller, and we had that lined up. Couldn't kind of close the deal on that. But nonetheless, fun game. Good night of sports last night. Watched a little bit of that. And then at 11:28, was watching Pony Excess. Kind of was getting back into that with cheating.
Sure. That's one of the best 30 for 30s out there. And then?
It went dark. I was like, wait a minute. I thought we were doing this at midnight. Literally was like, wait. I got 32 minutes.
Were you actually trying to squeeze it in those last 4 minutes?
No, I didn't. Well, I'd forgotten by that point.
Okay.
And quite frankly, I wasn't checking to see if a deal was going to be hashed out. And so as I was sitting there, I'm sitting there watching again. The game had gone off. NFL game was a complete dud. The Dolphins looked like the Dolphins, not the Dolphins that beat your Falcons.
I know.
I mean, good Lord. But that was a complete dud. No World Series last night. Didn't make it around to streaming Jurassic Park. Kind of was stuck on some other stuff. And like I said, all of a sudden I'm watching at 11. I think it was 11:28. And next thing I know, my YouTube TV tells me that no longer that it was the same thing that it says when you have too many people subscribing.
Okay.
And I've got the 4K package where you can have as many people subscribing as possible, so I knew it wasn't that.
Yeah.
And after about 2 minutes, I was like, wait a minute.
It went dark.
Yes. And you start scrolling the little channel guide, and there's no ESPN channels there. And I was like, my goodness, they move quick on this.
Yep.
And here we are. So I watched the little King of Queens and went to bed. And I'm debating now, Tyler. I'm like everybody else. What am I going to do for the weekend? I will say, now Hope hit me up on Twitter earlier and said her ESPN app worked.
Okay. Even though
I guess she had, now I assume.
Now that could change at any minute.
Mine didn't. That was the first thing I did. I thought, okay, all I need is the ESPN app, and I have ESPN Plus, and all the whatever it is, I need that. And so I went there and was trying to watch. I think there was a hockey game that was 3-3 in the third period, and I went to watch that. Nope, couldn't get it. So I'm guessing that if we get to, I would like to watch the games tonight, probably at the house. Although I probably will be out wearing this Pickle costume now since I've invested $30 in that.
Yep.
But what I'll probably Hulu Live. That's what everybody seems to be suggesting.
Okay, my parents have that. You can do that. Now, a lot of things, if this is, because it's probably going to be a short-term thing, right? You can probably get a 7-day free trial with something
Yeah, I think
where you don't have to pay for it. I don't know if Hulu Live TV has that or not, but you can find that, Fubo, something, Sling TV that can give you at least a week to see if they can figure this out. Because here's the thing. Here's what happens. With all these things, whether it be with Spectrum, whether it be DirecTV, now on YouTube TV, it always gets worked out within a couple of days because they get so many angry phone calls of people, where's my game? Where's my game? They eventually work things out, but they want to send a message.
Well, and ESPN's going to win in this thing because just like I'm talking about, you can go basically to anywhere else.
Right.
YouTube TV needs ESPN more than ESPN needs YouTube TV. And with that being said, Kenny hits me up on Twitter and says, look at DirecTV streaming. May cost a little more, but you get everything. Braves, Disney, and ESPN Unlimited included. Okay, I actually will check that out here by the end of the day. I did used to have DirecTV, and is streaming the best way to go these days? I mean, is streaming?
Well, because if you wanted to do traditional, they'd have to send you equipment, you have to install it. Like streaming, it'd be like, all right, I sign up online and boom, it's done in 3 minutes type thing. So it's just easier to go in and out of. And if you plan on just going back to YouTube TV whenever they get this stuff figured out, then that's probably the best option.
I tell you what, I'm not a fan of change, and you lock me into something else, I can stick with it pretty good. And I'll check actually as we do the show here. Once I get the Halloween costume kind of reorganized during the break, I will check DirecTV streaming. We'll get an eye on that. But yeah, if you have YouTube TV right now, might have to make preparations to watch South Carolina and Mississippi tomorrow night, 7 o'clock on ESPN. Might have to figure out a way to watch Vanderbilt, Texas tomorrow, 7 o'clock on ABC. Clemson, Duke tomorrow,
well,
ACC.
I wonder if it's on ABC, would you still be able to see it?
My ABC was out.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
Wow. That's right, because it's still a Disney network.
We have been spared seeing Reggie Anderson.
Dang it. I don't know.
I don't want to say that it's a blessing for everybody, but
wait. Reggie Anderson's on LTX. That's CBS.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Is it W? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, I get my CBS's and ABC. Those two, NBC, I have always done. Rick Henry. Rick Henry's been a staple in the market for like 92 years. Rick Henry was like chasing a pig when I was like 8 years old. He did a Double Dog Dare.
Okay.
Back in the day, and they would dare him to do something. They greased up a pig. That was like a hilarious thing. Like I said, I was maybe 10. I love Rick, and he's been a big part of my career, and I'm so appreciative of everything Rick Henry has done for me around here, and what he's done for the Columbia market. And the guy he's one of the most genuine, nicest guys that I've met in this market. But he's been doing it for a long, long time.
Yeah.
And
Rick's great.
And so I know he's easy to associate with. Whenever he leaves WIS, I don't know who. Like I'll forget who's the next person.
Sure, gotcha.
So I have no offense to anybody over there, but I don't even know if they have a backup person for him. Like I don't know if there's a second stringer.
I mean, Julia is
that who it is?
Sports person, yeah.
Okay, all right, yeah. But anyway, all right, we've gone down the path. It's all right. I'm in a Pickle
you
costume.
You look like Pickle. I'm a professional wrestler.
And you got to show the belt. Show the belt if we go to the live stream.
I didn't want to have it on my shoulder the entire time.
Totally understandable. He's won his championship.
Got to get it right for the camera. There we go.
Yep. And you are which wrestler?
I'm CM Punk.
CM Punk. All right. So we have officially. Yes, you can go to the live stream and check it out. I am in a Pickle costume.
I'm 5 hours in and my hairspray is holding.
You look
which I didn't think was going to happen considering how many times I've taken these headphones on and off today. So I'm doing all right.
Would your wife be angry if we tandem trick-or-treated tonight and just left her out?
We'd be a sight to see. That's for sure.
All right, we're going to talk some football here. Shane Beamer was on Carolina Calls last night. Did not address the situation with Mike Loxley. We'll talk about that.
Yep.
We'll get into some other stuff. LSU, they didn't think they were being kooky enough. All right. Good job,
not.
Ellis. Now we're starting to. Somebody said yes. What did somebody say yesterday? I was like, I don't know if it's a mistake yet. I don't know if it's a bad thing. Well, guess what, folks? We're starting to narrow down the coaching search. There's starting to be only one guy to save that job. Ho, 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 Coach O.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you might have to just settle for that at this point. Again, you want to embrace Louisiana. He'll embrace Louisiana.
Talk about that. We'll get you a preview of the weekend. A lot of you weighing in. A couple of you, how about Hulu for games? Sterling says, I got a guy for you. $10 every channel known to mankind on Fire Stick. And then
There's always a guy.
yeah, that's all right. Sling TV is the way to go. A couple of y'all waiting, so we'll get to all that. A lot to get to this afternoon here as we are going to celebrate a Halloween, all hopped up on Halloween candy. You're listening to Tyler Head, or better known now as CM Punk, Bill Gunner, the Pickle, and Captain David there, who looks like a dressed-up Charlie Brown. I'm going Charlie Brown. Now, I know
Sure.
Your what is your shirt there, Captain Day? Your shirt is
Bluey. I'm a
Bluey.
sophisticated grandpa.
Sophisticated
grandpa.
grandpa. Okay. All right. Sophisticated grandpa. I like. We'll go. How about I go sophisticated Charlie Brown? I like that. But sophisticated.
Brown.
You got a little Charlie Brown look to you, like with the jacket on and the yellow shirt. And if you're
Charlie
not
Brown
paying,
wears jacket?
if you're looking, so I'm looking at you real quick. I can look at you through the thing, but if I'm looking at you through the live stream, and you don't, and
it looks like the shirt.
It
Okay,
looks like
I get
the
it.
shirt.
Yeah. If from a distance,
You don't know quite like on the live stream what.
Yeah, because like the ears look like the zigzags
Yeah.
on his shirt. I get it.
You see where I'm going with that?
I got you.
Yeah, you gotta. In person, you're a sophisticated grandpa.
The only time you'll ever see me wear orange, by the way.
Understandable.
Very true.
That's true. Well, this is one of the rare. Now I have my St. Patrick's costume as well. Won't get pinched on St. Patrick's. 803-404-6100. You're listening to some form of the halftime show.
Jaden will not play this weekend. It's not long term. I would expect him back for Texas A&M here in a couple weeks. He won't be available this week. Buddy Mack won't be available this week, one of our core special teams players. But Mo is back, thankfully, and Nolan Hayes available also if needed.
Those are the injury words of Shane Beamer last night. South Carolina will go into this game fairly healthy. Sometimes you just can't script it any differently, but here we are. South Carolina will go into this game. Jaden Sellers had just started to emerge as a solid wide receiver threat. Look, I'm 3-5. There's not a lot to be positive about on this season. There's not a lot of reasons to be finding joy right now. I personally, I told y'all I'm generally a fairly positive person, and I was looking for the pathway for South Carolina to win this football game on Saturday, and I was trying to do it by preferably 3 o'clock today, and I now have about 2 hours and 40 minutes to do that. And I sent in my prediction to thebigspur.com with John Whittle and everybody as we make our predictions. I will tell you my prediction will be 31-14 Mississippi, a 17-point loss. But I have it being a close game in the fourth quarter because the defense, which as I'm talking positive things, has been competitive and kept the Gamecocks in 3 out of the 5 losses, really. Vanderbilt, obviously, the exclusion, but you go back, 4 out of the 5 losses. You look at it, the Missouri game, they're up by 2 going into the fourth quarter. They'd held Missouri to 18 points. Obviously, LSU, they were losing, but they'd given up 17 points, and the team was down just a touchdown with the ball. Oklahoma, they're down 10 going into the fourth quarter, which Tyler and I have agreed felt more like 30, but they were down 10, so the defense had done their job, and I think that's a positive. And then last week, the defense has held Alabama to 14 points going into the fourth quarter, and you've got the lead. So twice in 4 out of the 5, with Vanderbilt being the exclusion, where Vanderbilt just in the fourth quarter, really in the second half, just confused that young defense. But the defense has played well. I think the wide receivers, we've seen moments from Brian Rowe. Donovan Murphy has had moments. And Jaden Sellers was starting to have some significant moments, and unfortunately now will be out for this game. Is it a big loss? Probably not in the grand scheme of things. Is it a loss? Yes.
Yeah, and you feel for the kid because he kind of been coming along the past couple weeks and gotten his opportunity 2 weeks ago when Brian Rowe was serving his suspension, and that carried over to last week. And obviously he's got really good rapport with Lenore Sellers because they're brothers, obviously. And, you kind of wonder of what he could have done this weekend and helped out the offense that was improving, last week against Alabama. Unfortunate, but it does sound like he's going to be good to go when they get rolling to A&M next week, and we'll see what shape he's in now, or shape he's in by then. But yeah, we're just kind of assuming, I guess, something happened in practice on Wednesday morning because he spoke to the media Tuesday. Beamer made no mention of any injuries or anything like that, and then boom, he's on the availability report. So unfortunate.
So I said it, Tyler, I'm trying to figure out a way for South Carolina to win. My belief is that the Gamecocks will be within a score going into the fourth quarter. I see this being, I'm saying 31-14 is going to be my prediction for the game. That's what I submitted on the Big Spur. And but what I foresee is something like 17-14 going into the fourth quarter. 21-14 going into the fourth quarter. South Carolina being there and in the game where you're like, boy, if we could just get a play, get a turn. But Trinidad, I think at that point the defense will start to wear down. If you ask me personally how I think it plays out, I think Ole Miss kicks a field goal 24-14 like at the beginning of the fourth quarter, and that's kind of where we all go like, okay. And then Ole Miss tacks on a touchdown late to make it 31-14 is kind of how I foresee that playing out. But here's Shane Beamer last night. This is him talking about the keys to the game. This is during Carolina Calls with he and Todd Ellis over at Backstreet's Bar and Grill. Here's what he had to say about the keys to the game.
Yeah, we need to play winning football, meaning that we don't beat ourselves. Our last road game was when we went down to Baton Rouge, had way too many pre-snap penalties. We can't do that and expect to win the game. And then I think, certainly third down is going to be key, us staying on the field offensively and getting off the field defensively. And then every game in the SEC, it's a close game. It comes down to the fourth quarter. When this thing gets to the fourth quarter on Saturday night, that's when we need to be at our best, and we need to find a way to finish the game, which is not what we did on Saturday.
And again, you heard him say finish the game. And Tyler, there's been times I've wanted to get to that this week, and no, they have not finished game. I mean, that's something that they haven't done this year. That would be a drastic difference from being where they are. I think it's kind of important to kind of take that into stock, given that we want to say, well, this team is just awful, and they're. I mean, again, you're having losses by more than one score, which is but a lot of these are coming because you can't score and your defense is not as deep. The defensive line is not as deep or as good past the starters as they were, not as good as the starters, and no offense to the current guys, just those were guys that got drafted last year and were really good. But you don't have the depth there that you had. I shouldn't say the depth. They have a lot of bodies.
Sure.
Devontae Miles, Troy Pikes, you go through it. Obviously, Gabriel Brownlow, Dindy. Who else am I? Monkel Goodwine, Nick Barrett. That's 5 bodies right there. But the point on this is that you don't have the quality depth, the good defensive line depth like you did last year. Yeah,
and last year's group was a perfect storm of guys with experience, guys coming in from the portal and all that kind of stuff to where it was one of the strengths of the team. And you obviously don't have that same group of guys out there this year. They played fine, but it's not quite to the same level of what you had a year ago. And you're right. This team thing with finishing, it's not just one thing. Like, if there was one specific issue, if we can point to why South Carolina's not able to finish these games, say, okay, we'll work on that issue, and then you're good. It's a litany of things. And, last week it came down to an example of the offense having the ball in their hands with an opportunity to go take the lead and win the game in the final 2 minutes, and your best player ends up fumbling. Now, again, you give a lot of props to Devontae Lawson for making a good effort play and playing to the echo of the whistle, but at the end of the day, Lenore Sellers fumbled the football. It led to Alabama scoring a touchdown, and the offense being put in a pretty insurmountable situation with 30 seconds to go. Could have made some better decisions there, but still would have been hard to go down the field regardless. And again, that's why you lost that game. And you go back to all these other games and can point out other examples. So it's different ways of losing games in similar ways, I guess.
All right, the Gamecocks 3-5. They're in a pickle of a situation.
You've been waiting 30 minutes to use that?
Came to me during this segment. Because I got to put something on Twitter. Brian Edwards of VegasInsider.com. He's got some picks for you coming up this week. We'll get to him up next. You're listening to the Halftime Show. It is 12:33 on a Halloween Friday. If you want to see exactly what I'm wearing, I wasn't going to take Tyler's picture without his consent. We don't do that around here. But I have put on Twitter the Gunner in a Pickle outfit now. And Brian Edwards has just retweeted, maybe against his better judgment, but he is joining us now of VegasInsider.com and MajorWager.com. And I'm going to assume you're a mature adult. You don't trick-or-treat anymore. You've given up on dressing up. You're just going to sit at home tonight like one of the Grinches with your porch lights off.
You know what? I probably am going to do that.
hey, unless you got YouTube TV, football is on. Why not?
Right, I saw that, and it made me glad that I stuck with Dish Network because that would suck to have YouTube. They don't work that deal out by tomorrow at noon Eastern.
6:50. I'd like to watch the 7 o'clock games tonight. You got some interesting stuff taking place tonight as well, and I'd like to check that out. But let's get to your picks here for the week. You got a list of games that you want to get to, and let's start in the ACC. Wake Forest plus the money line. They're heading down to a Florida State team that I don't know. Mike Norvell, the state of Florida, between Florida and Florida State, my goodness. But Florida State's trying to figure out things as well.
Yeah, they are, and I just do not understand at all this line this week. I loved Wake Forest at +8 on Sunday night and hammered it, but I've added more as the line goes up, and we've even got a few 10.5s out there currently, and I think Wake wins outright. They're 5-2 both straight up and against the spread, but if you watch the Georgia Tech game, they didn't get an offsides call on Georgia Tech late in the game, which Robbie Ashford assumed he had a free play and threw the ball down the field, and they did not get the offsides call, and Georgia Tech was able to drive down and force overtime and eventually win. But we're more than anything here, we're fading Florida State. They've lost 9 ACC games in a row. Norvell's a lame duck. His players know it. Wake's won 3 out of the last 4 in this rivalry outright. Wake Forest is 12th nationally in both total defense and pass defense. And they're going to have the best player on the field in Damon Claiborne, running back, 612 rushing yards, 8 touchdowns, 6.7 yards per carry average. Give me Wake plus 10-ish and a little smaller play on plus 290 money line.
Another interesting spot for a team going on the road, Miami, number 10 team in the country, going to SMU. First time that Miami's left the state of Florida, believe it or not, this year as we go into early November. SMU, about a 12.5-point dog in this one, but you like the Ponies to cover the number?
I sure do. And another number that I just really don't understand. Now, I was a little nervous about the injury report, and it wasn't great for SMU. They do have a couple of defensive guys that are out, but it's not going to deter me here. So SMU last 19 at home, 17-2 straight up. The 2 losses to Baylor by 3 in overtime back in week 2, a game SMU had multiple double-digit leads, and Baylor had to rally to force overtime. And the other one was last year, lost by 3 to BYU. And Miami, under Cristobal on the road, 10-7 straight up, 8-9 against the spread, only 6-6 ATS as a road favorite. And we saw last November they lost outright as a 9.5 and 11-point road favorite to Georgia Tech and Syracuse, respectively. Give me SMU, which is in only its second double-digit underdog spot of Lashley's tenure. Give me SMU as a double-digit home dog.
I was watching last night the SMU Pony Excess and talking about just how good, obviously, they were there in the early 80s and even previously. And maybe with Rhett Lashley, maybe with the money influx, again, maybe they're becoming that again. They've got a chance. They're not out of the ACC championship, a chance for a repeat appearance. This would go a long way. ESPN Game Day is out in Utah. Cincinnati is plus 10 against the Utes. That is a 10-15 game on ESPN tomorrow night.
Yeah, I like Cincinnati a lot here, plus the 10, not against a little small play on the money line, which is in the plus 295 to plus 320 range. Brendan Sorsby has been one of the best players in the country all year long, 20 touchdown passes compared to only one interception, 1,843 passing yards. He also has 425 rushing yards and 7 touchdowns, averaging 6.2 yards per carry. But here's the wildest stat. He's only been sacked twice in 8 games since he's won 7 in a row, since their only loss of the season to Nebraska at Arrowhead and KC, but it was basically a true road game in terms of fan support. Now, since he's running back Evan Pryor, he is out, but their running back RB2, if you will, Tawee Walker, he's only got 12 fewer rushing yards. He's got 466, 4 touchdowns, and a 5.2 yards per carry average. So as long as Walker stays healthy, I think they're good. And Dan Pierce is going to play for Utah, the QB who missed last week's game with an ankle, but not sure if he's 100%. But regardless of all that, love Cincy plus the 10.
Talking numbers here with Brian Edwards, Vegas Insider and Major Wager. Go back to the SEC here. A true playoff elimination game, more likely than not. 6-2 Tennessee playing host to 6-2 Oklahoma. Oklahoma reeling after losing 2 out of their last 3. Obviously, Vols lost just a couple weeks ago there to Tennessee. You like the Vols as the home favorite here?
I sure do. And, looking back, I think that I was giving Oklahoma's defense a little too much credit for, shutting down Michigan and Auburn and Texas. And other than the fourth quarter last week in Starkville, Texas's offense has been very mediocre all year. Auburn's offense has been awful all year. Same with Michigan. And, we saw Oklahoma really go up against its first, legit, powerful offense last week. And Ole Miss scored 34 on the road, and they could have scored a lot more than that. And Tennessee's offense is just as good as Ole Miss, maybe even better in some statistics. And Vols are at home. Give me the Vols -3.
Again, Brian Edwards joining us, VegasInsider.com. Just about 4 or 5 minutes left with him. Let's jump to a couple player props that you've got going very quickly here tonight. Arkansas and sorry, I'm trying to read this correctly. I'm sorry. Georgia Tech, Haynes King, and also you're going back with a Florida wide receiver that has been playing very well, Dallas Wilson.
Yep, so I've seen Haynes King's rushing yards prop anywhere from 75.5 to 79.5. Let's go over. He's had 91 rushing yards or more in 5 of 7 games, and Georgia Tech's favored by 5.5, which suggests a one-possession game. In the 3 one-possession games Georgia Tech has had, King's had 19, 25, and 21 rushing attempts. Those are season highs, and he went for 156, 103, and 120 rushing yards. So let's go over on Haynes King there. I'm not against Georgia Tech 5.5 either, but I prefer the King bet. And then Dallas Wilson, anytime touchdown prop for the Gators. His first college game, he had 2 touchdown catches against Texas. His second game, he had 1 touchdown against A&M. Did not have a touchdown against Mississippi State. I think he gets back in the end zone. I've seen the anytime touchdown prop anywhere from +150 to +170. So let's take that in Florida, Georgia.
Spin over to the NFL. Our Atlanta Falcons looked horrendous last week against the Miami Dolphins. They go on to take on one of the hottest teams in the NFL in the New England Patriots on a 5-game win streak. We still don't know the exact status of Michael Penix Jr. Hoping he can return coming up on Sunday, but the Pats about a 6-point favorite at home against Atlanta.
Pats are rolling, 5-game winning streak, both straight up and against the spread, and they've won 6 of their last 7, both straight up and ATS. Drake May playing fantastic, 15-3 TDI and T ratio, also has a pair of rushing touchdowns. The defense is ranked 2nd in the NFL in run defense and 4th in scoring D, 18.3 points per game. The Falcons, our Falcons, are awful. Give me the Pats.
He is Brian Edwards. Make sure tomorrow you get up in the morning and something I can guarantee you won't be canceled. You can read VegasInsider.com. Also, you can go over to MajorWager.com and check that out real quick. Let's see here. I think we got the Colts. I didn't see the Colts down here on the list. Colts.
How much time do we have?
You got about 2 minutes.
Oh, okay. All right, we got plenty of time. Let's do the Colts. They're going to cover -3 at Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh's defense looks old and slow.
Yeah, they do.
Because they are, and Indy's offense is just absolutely rolling, but they're playing great on all 3 phases. Give me the Colts -3. Back to college. Let's go Mississippi State +4.5, and let's get some money line +65 or +165 at Arkansas. The Razorbacks in their last 17 games as a favorite. They're 4-13 against the spread with 7 outright losses. Mississippi State 7-1 against the spread, 3 plays away from being 7-1 straight up, and they're 13-3 ATS in their last 16, dating back to last year. Let's also do the Lions minus 8.5 at home to the Vikings. They've covered in 9 straight head-to-heads with the Vikings. They've won 5 in a row outright over their division rivals, the Vikings, and they've beaten them by double digits the last 3 times they've played them at home, and they've won their 3 home games this year by 15 or more. Give me the Lions. And if you want to do a teaser with the Lions and Patriots, bumping the Lions down to minus 2.5, Patriots pick them. I like that as well. And one last college one, let's go Wazoo minus 3.5 at Oregon State in the Pac-12 championship game, I guess, right?
Round 1, you mean? Round 1, I believe.
the only game of the Pac-12 this year.
Brian, we always appreciate it, buddy. Thank you. Good job not having YouTube TV. You get to watch everything this weekend. Hope it's a great weekend. Hope you get a lot of candy. Maybe kids will leave you candy on the porch. Cheer you up. And we'll catch up with you next week.
Thanks, fellas. Y'all have a great weekend.
You too. Take care. Brian Edwards. Follow him on Twitter. Vegas B. Edwards is how you can do that. And, of course, VegasInsider.com and MajorWager.com. Your home for your Saturday morning reading to make sure you're prepared for whatever activities you like to do on a Saturday and Sunday during NFL action, Monday night as well. We'll come back, wrap up our number 1. It is the halftime show. It is 12:49 on your Halloween Friday, where we have gotten into the festivities. CM Punk and his world title to my left. I'm dressed up as a pickle because, why not? It covers a lot of bases.
We were theorizing when you came in that it could be Pickle Rick. So if
Don't know who that is.
If you have the time today, just look it up.
It's concerning. Is that child appropriate?
Well, it's from Rick and Morty, which is an adult cartoon.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, your kids are teenagers. I feel
16
like
and
they could handle it.
Yeah, I've sent the picture to my daughter. She's
She probably knows what Pickle Rick is.
I don't think she's a Rick and Morty fan.
Well,
That doesn't. When I have to knock on the door and check in on make sure that her room is not ablaze, that's typically not what she's watching. So you could be right. I don't know, but I would say today is the live stream day. I think personally, and I actually would think it would be a good outfit for him. Captain Dave looks like Charlie Brown, but he is actually going as. He doesn't get it. I think he's getting angry. Are you getting angry at me? I've been known to upset a producer or two before. Upsetting producers is one of my jobs around. Okay, we got the glasses now. Oh, well, now you look like a smooth jazz player.
I'll take that.
Okay, all right. You can't quite. He's got a bluey shirt on. He is going as sophisticated grandpa. I like it. That's a good. But on the live stream, if you look at him, you can't quite make out the shirt. And because of the now you can. I mean, if you're gonna sit there the entire time and hold the jacket open, I got it. But how you see what I'm saying? The ears of Bluey, the dog.
And I'm looking at it at an angle, so it makes it. Yeah, I see where Bill's coming from with that.
I mean,
Captain Dave.
But again. There's a previous producer who would shoot Nerf guns at me and get very upset, like very, very upset.
Angering Jen? What?
She almost walked out of the studio one morning. She got so upset. She literally almost quit.
I believe it.
She almost quit one day. It was about the funniest thing I've seen anybody ever do.
What did you do?
I reminded her that she stinks at picking the NASCAR at the Corvette.
Oh, okay.
And she didn't take well to that, which, by the way, I'm a two-time champion. I would have won a third this year, but season-ending injury, obviously, in August put me on the side. I was 2 points away from Reggie Anderson, who's going to claim his. By the way, we got to get to that championship this weekend in NASCAR.
Yeah, that's right.
You're the guru here.
Yeah.
What do we got?
What do
you think?
I feel Hamlin finally wins it.
Really?
Yeah.
My guy.
He won the first race of the round of 8. His dad is also not doing well. That's a storyline going into the weekend, and he quite literally said today, this is the last chance he'll have to see me potentially win a championship.
Really?
So he's won 6 races this year. I think his time's finally come. Plus, his team is suing the sport, and I think it'd be hilarious if they had to hand him the title on Sunday.
Yeah, well, that right there makes me think so. They've got one driver out there to wreck him and make sure he doesn't finish. NASCAR is
or hey, can always fail inspection.
Okay, or is there not even let him get to the track?
Or they have post-race inspection too, so you can take the checkered flag, celebrate, and then an hour later, maybe we find something illegal with your car. Would not be the first time they've done that.
That actually sounds more likely. Let him race, but if he wins, his car does not pass inspection. That's this weekend, and we talk about good sports weekends. We're going to get into the college football slate coming up. Not the best, but it's weekends like this, Tyler, when you don't have like the best, that we end up getting some form of craziness. Like, let's just say, you mentioned it yesterday, Penn State, a 20.5-point dog, go into Ohio State and like kicking a field goal at the very end to knock off an Ohio State team that we still really don't know much about.
Yeah, because it's just been bludgeoning everyone because they're that good. And it'd be so ironic because James Franklin got fired on the heels of losing 2 straight games where they were 3-touchdown favorites to UCLA and Northwestern. So now they go on the road to Ohio State in the Horseshoe, #1 team in the country, as 3-touchdown dogs. If they were able to pull that out, I forget the interim coach names, Terry something. Give him the job. Because if he can do that in one game, something that James Franklin couldn't really do over the course of over 10 years, he's hired.
Well, what was it? Where did we just hear that on the CBS Minute or whatever about Matt Rule? And you and I said that yesterday, They didn't change his. They gave him two extra years.
Yeah,
and they upped his buyout by $10 million to
doesn't guarantee
15.
anything.
I don't know if 15. We said this yesterday. If you weren't listening, I don't know if $15 million in college football money has become monopoly money, right? Like
Sure.
it's not real anymore,
Right.
especially after what we're watching. Although the LSU money thing now is out the door. It's more about, and we're going to get to that in hour number 2. My goodness, Scott Woodward out. LSU having just a grand time down there. But it is a weekend that it feels like something always happens.
Yep.
And we come in on Monday, not dressed up as pickles and wrestlers, and like, wow, that was wild. Maybe it's South Carolina knocking off Mississippi and eliminating or getting them out of the playoff race. We'll talk about it. Hour 2 on the way. Bill Gunner for the Mortgage Guru, Jacob Crowder. Let me ask you, have you gotten yourself into a pickle of a situation? Is your interest rate high on your current home mortgage loan? Are you paying too much money? Do you think you could save money? Well, if so, those interest rates, they just dropped again. It's a great time to call the Mortgage Guru, Jacob Crowder of First Palmetto Bank. 803-719-1005. You can give him a phone call today. Maybe you're thinking about building or buying. Maybe you're not thinking about refinancing. You're already looking at your home and you're thinking ahead to 2026 and you're thinking we need something bigger. Maybe the kids are moving out here, they're graduating, and you want something small. You want to downsize. Well, first, you got to see what loan options are available to you, how much money you're going to spend, what the down payment might be. That's all before finding that dream home. So call Jacob Crowder, the Mortgage Guru, and see what he and First Palmetto Bank can do for you. 803-719-1005. final day of October. Some people refer to it as Halloween. Around here, we refer to it as Halloween. We are dressed up today, or somebody, you're dressed up. I mean, you're in a costume.
I am. T-shirt, slicked back hair.
Yeah, slicked
and
back hair.
A belt that I had to get out of storage for today.
Okay, so there was work required. That you had to,
I was. Wes did say I should walk around with the theme song, his entrance song playing constantly, so people really know. Colt's Personality, great song. So I kind of set the vibe that way.
Okay.
Maybe that's kind of the next.
Feel good
level
about
of
yourself?
this. Yeah.
All right. Okay. You can go to our live stream. Again, go to our live stream. Go to YouTube and search the Game TV Radio. I went all in. I have not done really Halloween in a long time. I'm not good. I'm not good. Like, I want to do stuff, but I forget. And it's
Sure.
You say, well, I forget, and I did. Last night I forgot, and I didn't. Again, it's not that I didn't know today is Halloween, or it's not that I did, but I like 9 o'clock was like, oh yeah, we said we dress up, and then you start thinking like at the house, like, what do I have here? Like, oh, okay, what can I make? And then I was just like, all right, let's go give one of those Halloween spirit stores a shot. And there's one in Lexington that you and I were talking about on the kind of the back side of Lexington, out by the post office, and I went there. That's an experience. Like, I've never been in one of those.
You've never been in one before?
I've never been in a Halloween spirit.
Oh,
that
that's
was a
like
brand new thing today. Like, I was in a bit of a rush because we had a meeting. We had a meeting here, and I had to be here by 11, and so I was in a bit of a rush. And I go in there, and stuff like that like overwhelms me.
Okay.
Like, I get overwhelmed.
Too many choices.
Yeah. Like all the walls, all 3 of the 4 walls. Well, you get the point. Front, back, right, left, back, whatever. They're all covered, and then there's racks in between it. There looked like something in there that was some kind of haunted thing that you could walk through.
Okay.
I didn't have time, and so I was looking for something simple. Like I told you yesterday, I was like, I think I told you that. I was like, well, I'm just gonna run to Halloween Spirit. I mean, shoot, it's like $20. Like, I'll get something that it can come in handy. It was 30. Okay, whatever, and I was like, all right, and so it came pickle. Or pizza. There was a beer can. I was like, oh, I'm not going to go with that. Banana.
Okay.
I was like, the banana's a little bit. It had also, I was like, all right, let's go with the pickle. That seems I can bounce in and out of an adult thing on that one.
Sure.
You know. And so, all right. So now I'm dressed up. It's been like 6 or 7 years.
Okay. Now, when you were a kid, what was like the place for Halloween costumes? Because when I was a kid, Party City was like, that was before Spirit Halloween became like a thing. Every year you went to Party City and got your Halloween costume. Because I feel like even back then, Walmart maybe didn't even like sell a ton of them. Now they have like those own little aisles dedicated to whatever holidays coming up next, where you can go buy something like that at Walmart, if you're in a pinch. But like when I was a kid, it was all Party City.
I loved Halloween. I mean, as a kid. I don't, Tyler, you bring that up. I don't remember. The one I remember, as a kid, sometimes you want, when you get to pick what you want, you kind of want, I'm going to say stupid things, and then your family, especially if you have relatives, and I did, who don't work, and all of a sudden they make it a project. So one year, for some reason, I wanted to go as Richard Petty.
Okay.
And so, like, my aunt made out of, like, heavy-duty construction board, my aunt made me a NASCAR that I wore on, like, suspenders.
Okay.
Like, nowadays.
I've seen that.
No, you haven't seen this. This wasn't, like, nowadays you look at it, and, people have, like, the inflatable, like, around their waist. You know what I'm saying? Like, I saw some of those things, like, whatever it may be, and it's inflatable and it's easy, and they figured it out.
Yeah.
This was like homemade, and it was carved. It was heavy. I was like 8 years old, and they had suspenders on it. No, you hadn't seen this. Was she painted the box blue, like and I only made it. It only made for like 6 houses, because also, people couldn't get. There was like a 3-foot buffer in front and behind me.
Okay.
But I'm trying to remember like other times I dressed up, and I don't know how I did. I can't, to be truthful, as we sit here, old age or blocking it out or whatever, I don't remember other stuff I dressed up as. I
Really?
truly don't remember. I remember my college years, sadly and strangely.
My go-to thing, well, as a kid, I wanted to be Ghostface really badly.
Okay.
Because that was like the most popular. Because again, I was born in '96, so growing up in the early 2000s, Ghostface was everywhere. Everybody was Ghostface, and I always saw like the older kids, the teenagers, being Ghostface, and I always wanted to be that. And my mom wouldn't let me be that because like just too scary. Finally, I got to the age, I don't know, 8 or 9. She's like, fine, you can be Ghostface. I think I did that for like 2 years. I was Spider-Man like 3 times. I dressed up as Jeff Gordon a couple times because I had like a little. They used to sell the fire suits you could buy. So I had a couple of those. That's all the ones I can think of off the top of my head as like a kid. I'm sure I was a ninja one time. That was cool.
I think I was a Ninja Turtle.
Yeah.
I think I did a Ninja Turtle at one point. Yeah, I don't. 803-404-6100. Do you have a favorite, like, a kid costume growing up? Now, see, again, mine in college and, like, slightly post-college because, again, a little more inappropriate.
Yeah.
A little more, but
Sure.
you get the point. And again, closer to 43, I remember those a little bit better than I do being 7 to 12. But the point being is, do you have one? Do you have one? You mentioned a couple of different ones. You got one that you stood out to you?
I always enjoyed being Spider-Man. That was probably my favorite because Spider-Man is my favorite superhero. I did that a couple of times. I think that's the only superhero I ever did.
Okay.
I did like a makeshift wrestling outfit one time, and I legitimately wore my actual singlet as my outfit with like some face paint on or whatever.
I was a wrestler while Sting.
Yeah.
I was Sting
You were
one
Sting?
time.
Okay.
Yeah, they
All right.
made the
Cool.
pants and everything. Yeah.
That was also the same Halloween. I ended up going to my dentist house without knowing it, and I had like face paint on. He didn't recognize me, but my dentist, who cleans my teeth, gave me a bunch of candy. And I'm like, well, I guess that's investing in your business.
Yeah, knew what he was doing. Very wise. Saw the kids coming around the day. He saw that coming a mile away. He had a lucrative Christmas. No, that's good. Yeah, 803-404-6100 if you want to weigh in on that. Chris Deering coming up here in a few minutes. High school football, a lot of it last night, but we got the monster showdown here in the Midlands tonight. Dutch Fork and Irmo. That's going to be a lot of fun. We'll get to that with him. We'll get into... You asked, who was it yesterday, I believe? Was it yesterday or Wednesday? Because it confused me on our text line of what to call November.
Yes. We posed the question because Cocktober is very catchy, and I get it. It flows naturally when you're speaking. But Coach Beamer is 13-4 in November. And he brought it up last night in Carolina Calls, too. He's like, he learned it from Philip Fulmer. When they were at Tennessee, apparently there was something in one of their offices that, hey, they remember November, so it's Remember November. That's kind of lame. I don't like that very much. It's not as catchy. So we posed the question of what could be the new thing for November, and we had a couple people recommend Crowvember.
Okay.
And I was like, okay, that fits into the bird theme. I like it. I've taken to calling it Crowvember.
Okay. All right, yeah. We'll get to that because that is one thing about Shane Beamer's teams. They're 13-4 in the month of November, and good news, tomorrow's game occurs on the 1st of November. So that's really good news. But what is it about Shane Beamer's teams that make them special in November? We'll get to that this hour. We'll get into that LSU situation as well and kind of what's taking place down there, which is absolutely insane.
As the Bayou turns. We'll give you a preview of the games tomorrow. We'll get back into that discussion. Several of y'all have weighed in on the YouTube TV stuff. Text always in, Bill, do you think YouTube TV will ever get back to ESPN and ABC? They'll get it back. I mean, you have to wait a few days or a week.
Yeah, I don't know what ESPN, I mean, and I'm learning a little more about this. ESPN has stake, Disney, I shouldn't say ESPN. Disney has stake in Hulu Live. That's, I think, a company of theirs or something they're a part of. Hulu TV and plus Disney Plus and Hulu Live, all that, you get the point. Yeah, Disney and ESPN have no incentive to really negotiate to YouTube TV's level. And so That, in my opinion, is what we're gonna is if you're a YouTube and I like somebody came up earlier with the direct TV stuff.
Mm-hmm. That's an option.
I'm gonna check into that here in this break. I don't. No, I got to do a live stream or a live. I got to talk about Mid-State Roofing. But so after that, I will look up direct TV streaming and get you some more information. But when we come back, Chris Deering joins us. Big night. We wrap up the high school regular season and get set for the playoffs. You're listening to CM Punk, Bill Gunner, the Pickle, and the Sophisticated Grandpa. It is the halftime show. Bill Gunner for Mid-State Roofing. Oh, it's nice and pretty outside now. You don't need to be thinking about your roof and leaks. But you know what? When you have days like we had at the beginning of the week where you had multiple rainy days, it was dreary and disgusting, and we were getting so much rain, that's when you all of a sudden think about it. Well, don't wait until the rainy days. Think ahead. Call Mid-State Roofing today and line up a maintenance contract for your home or for your business. You want to keep both of those operations dry and running long into the future. So call Mid-State Roofing, 803-356-1919. Again, that's 803-356-1919. You can give them a phone call today. You can get a maintenance contract. That way, even though it's sunny today, you're not worried about your roof when we do have those monster rainy days, and they're coming up with the December month and January months. So call Mid-State Roofing. If you've got a leak, let Mid-State Roofing take a peek. is 1:16 on your Halloween Friday. Maybe some of you have kicked it off early. You're already celebrating. I don't blame you. Maybe you didn't even go to work. Maybe you're prepping. I bet if you were from Dutch Fork or Irma, you've just started tailgating. You're just already tailgating, getting geared up, and joining us now to break down tonight's action and last night's action. A lot of games last night. River Bluff taking down Lexington. Saw that. Yay. Good job, Lexington. But Chris Deering, your favorite Halloween costume growing up, and what will you be dressing up tonight as to go cover a game?
Man, I had this conversation at work this week. I was the youngest kid in the neighborhood when I grew up, and so I didn't really go trick-or-treating. I wanted to hang out with the older kids and scare the people coming into the neighborhood. So I partook in that more than I did knocking on doors and saying trick-or-treat. So I don't know what that says about my character. Probably not very good, but it is what it is. And Halloween's never been one of my top things in growing up, even after I got to be an adult and all that good stuff. But the Pickle costume looks great, Bill. I've not seen the CM Punk yet, but I'm hoping that gets posted somewhere here on Twitter soon. But
we'll take a pic next break.
All right, there you go. But you guys are rocking it out and making it look good.
We appreciate that. We try to have a little fun on this program. Try to bring a little levity to the people from 12 to 3 because you've already worked half of the day, and maybe you're in a bad mood by now. Who knows? I don't know. Maybe your boss was mean to you this morning, so we try to bring some levity and a few laughs. But tonight there'll be no laughs, 0 laughs. Dutch Fork and Irmo. Is it fair to say this is maybe the most anticipated high school game in the Midlands we've had in some time? I said that yesterday, and I kind of tried to think about it.
Well, I mean, you got to think these teams did the same thing last year, and it was sort of the same situation. And maybe going into this one tonight, the roles have reversed a little bit with, Irmo being top ranked, Dutch Fork's number 3. Last year it was flipped the other way. So maybe the roles are reversed, but I mean, this is as big as it gets in a regular season game. I mean, the next biggest thing to this will be played in Orangeburg here in about a month. But it don't get any bigger than this in high school football. And, they're expecting a huge crowd. They put in extra measures for security. It's going to be a big deal over at Irmo. You ride down St. Andrews Road, down Harbison, and you see that big stadium sitting there, and it's going to be good to see it packed tonight and have a lot of people in the stands, and that's what high school football is all about, in my opinion.
And it's going to be just an absolutely beautiful night. Real quick, your thoughts on this actual game and the matchup and the individual matchups and everything that comes along with it?
There's a lot of kids in this game that's going to be playing on Saturdays here in the next couple of years. Julian Walker, the defensive end from Dutch Fork, he's committed to Michigan. I know he's made several visits to South Carolina since then. Jaden Bryant, Nate Carson. I mean, the names are just endless. Jaden Worth, another kid from Dutch Fork. Nate Carson and Bryant from Irmo. Malik Miller, the quarterback, Drayvon Dobson from Irmo. Jackson Knotts from Dutch Fork. I think there's just a lot of kids that's going to be playing on Saturday. And I think this game's going to be won in the trenches. I know both coaches have said this week that, whoever makes the fewest mistakes, and that's always the case when you got two really good teams going against each other. But in this case, I think this game's going to be won in the trenches. Whoever can control the line of scrimmage, I think, is going to win it. I'll tell you, I learned a long time ago, you never bet against Tom Knotts in a big-time matchup. I mean, he's lost a few over his time. But, they won 7 in a row against Irmo, 12 out of the last 13. They didn't last year. They played, and before that they hadn't played since 2019. So it's coming back, and it's just going to be a great game, I think. I don't think it's going to be a blowout. Last year it was 24-14. Dutch Fork won. I sort of expect the same score. But Irmo might finally get one up on Tom Knotts this weekend.
A lot of these great de facto region championships games going on around the state. Let's go down to 3A Region 4, Newberry and Swansea. This is a matchup that Newberry dominated last year, 45-0 win.
Yeah, and Newberry's looking to win a region title and finish an undefeated season, which I don't think they've done in a number of years. I think, going into this game, they might have their starting quarterback, Kenton Caldwell, who's been really fantastic this season. He's a senior. He might be out. Last week they played a freshman, and he played very well. But this is a different atmosphere going for a region title with the Swansea team that's only lost one game this season, and it is at Newberry, so that's an advantage. But that's going to be again, if Swansea wins, it's a three-way tie for first probably. If Newberry wins, they win the region outright and gets a really good seed in the playoffs.
Really fun rural game, and I believe Batesburg, you were telling us, has a running back that is having a monster. Am I right on that? Batesburg has a running back that's having a monster year. Do I remember this correctly?
You're absolutely right. Madre Wooden.
And then they're taking on Saluda, by the way. Go ahead.
Yeah. Wooden somehow got left off all the All-Star games, the Shrine Bowl and the North-South game. And I think he sort of took that personal. I think he's got a 6-game streak where he's been over 200 yards every week. He started out the season a little bit slow, but now he's really getting into form. And last week, there's been a lot of great players in Batesburg-Leesville history. He set the school record for rushing yards, and he's one of those guys I call a big back. He's probably over 200 pounds. He's hard to tackle. I saw him run over a kid last week on one of his touchdown runs. He's just a bruiser. Batesburg-Leesville also has K.D. Witt. He's getting ready to set the school record on receiving yards and receiving touchdowns. So they're really good. And they going to a Saluda team. They got upset last week. But the winner of this game will finish second in that region behind Strong Thurman. And that'll be again, you want to win right now because it sets up home games in the playoffs.
Let's go down to this matchup between Heathwood Hall and Northwood Academy. And I believe if Heathwood wins this game tonight, you'll have a three-way tie atop that region because Northwood was able to beat Hammond. Hammond's 5-1. They beat Heathwood. So you'd have it'd be a three-way split at the top of that region. Am I correct on that?
You are correct on that one. And, I'll be honest. I did not expect Heathwood Hall to be in this position before the season started. Tymir Zimmerman is the coach over there. If people remember that name, he was a great wide receiver from Marlboro County. He went to Clemson for a little bit, but then ended up at Newberry and set all kind of records there. He's really got that program playing well. Patrick Belk, their quarterback, he's a 4-year starter, so they're experienced. Julian Hughes, they're really good. They got a tough test. That Northwood team is 8-1. They played the transfer portal, and their schemes are so it's a little bit different than the high school league. They got a lot of transfers in this off season. They've meshed very well. Johnny Waters is the coach down there. He's a tested veteran. He's won before at First Baptist. So this is a tough test for Heathwood Hall, but they've been playing really well. And they gave Hammond everything they could handle in that game earlier this year, and lost 9-7. And like I said, Northwood beat Hammond 23-10. So it's going to be interesting to see how this one plays out. But if Northwood wins this, you'll see a Hammond Heathwood Hall matchup in the second round, and that'll be a really good one in this area.
I don't know if I'm just now seeing this. It's just popped up on my Twitter, or if this came out while we are talking on the phone. They have released, did they release previous to you coming on, or am I days late, Mr. Football finalist, the first South Carolina?
No, that was supposed to be released today. So
okay.
It's out now.
It is just.
I'm not looking at my email.
Yep.
So.
Well, let me tell you and get your thoughts real quick. It has just come out as we're doing this segment. This is per Moving Chains, and I see Kevin Roller has retweeted it. Jazavion Currents from South Point, Kentavion Anderson from Dorman, Zion Giles, South Carolina commit, obviously Jazavion Currents as well. Zion Giles, offensive lineman from Carvers Bay, Zai Robertson from Dillon, and Tamarian Watkins from Northwestern. As you hear that for the first time without looking and having time to think about it, what are your thoughts?
Well, all 5 of those kids are Power 4 kids, and they're really good. That's a really good list. I was with Lou Bajak last night. We sort of tried to bounce around names, and we had all those names. We had a couple more that were in the running as well. So no real surprises there. Can't really think of anybody glaring that was left off the list.
Julian Walker, maybe, or I don't, I just.
Yeah, Julian Walker, maybe.
Okay.
From Dutch Fork. But again, who do you replace? Who do you take out of that list to put him on there? It's only 5 finalists, and so that's as good a list as you can get, in my opinion.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I'll let you. We'll get into that a little bit more next week, but I just saw that kind of come across real quick. We only got about 3 minutes left with you, but last night's action, a lot of games last night. Gray Collegiate just smoked Gilbert 49-0. Again, River Bluff knocked off South Carolina. You had several other. Hammond drilled Cardinal Newman. Any thoughts from last night that you want to get in on some of the games that took place?
The first thing, if River Bluff beat South Carolina, they got more trouble.
Sorry. River Bluff, beat Lexington. Yeah, Lexington, South Carolina.
That would be really bad, Bill, if they beat South Carolina.
It would, and I would be happy for the great folks at River Bluff. But, yeah, Lexington is obviously my alma mater, South Carolina's my alma mater. Anyway, you get the point. Go ahead. Sorry.
So I went to AC4 Camden last night. That was a top 10 matchup in 4A. AC4 finishes the season 9-1. They jumped out to a 34-7 lead, and we actually joked a little bit that we might have a running clock in the second half. But Camden didn't go away. They got it back within 34-28. They got some talented playmakers over at Camden, which that's not unusual. Tyler Drakeford is one of the best in the state, and AC4 got behind that big offensive line, and I'm telling you, that offensive line there at AC4 is massive. And just ran the ball right down the field after it got within a touchdown and made it back to a 2-score game, and it ended up winning 40-28. So AC4 is probably going to be a 4 or 5 seed in the 4A playoffs. That's at least one home game. If they end up the 4 seed, they'll get 2 home games. But they're talented. I mean, they have one of their best offensive linemen was lost about midseason to a knee injury, but Roper Winsky has played really well. He's got talented receivers, and Kendall Berg, Blake Bennett, Josh Davis. They just got a lot of talent on that AC Florida team, and they can make some noise. Don't count Camden out. They're experienced in the playoffs. All these kids are. And then they said River Bluff beat Lexington. I think that gives them third place in that region. Well, no, I'm taking that back. They finished 4th behind Dutch Fork, Irmo, and White Knoll will finish 3rd, and then River Bluff is 4th. So Lexington, 5th, Chapin 6th in that region. So it's just a lot of good football last night. A lot of teams in the Low Country played. They didn't want to compete with Halloween tonight.
Gotta cut you. Yeah, we got about 10 seconds. But happy Halloween to you. We'll follow you tonight, and we'll talk more about this next week when we have the playoffs. Okay.
There you go.
All right. We'll be right back.
All right, welcome back in. Halftime show. Tyler Head, Bill Gunner, or CM Punk, the Pickle, and the, sophisticated grandpa? Is that what we're going with there, Dave? Oh, I think Dave's on the phone. Anyway, that's what's going on here on your Halloween Football Friday on the game. Next week, believe it or not, basketball is officially back. We had some exhibition games, and the women's team won last night over North Carolina at State Farm Arena. Obviously, the men's team had their exhibition against North Carolina State earlier on this week, but things get started for real next week. The games start counting. Women will be in action on Monday night, taking on Grand Canyon. Winston Gandy coaches Grand Canyon now, the former assistant under Don Staley. That game will be at 7 o'clock over at Colonial Life Arena. We have a very rare family 5-pack, not 4, but a 5-pack of tickets to give away to caller number 4 right now at 803-404-6100. Win yourself those 5 tickets to go see Don's team take on Grand Canyon on Monday over at Colonial Life Arena to get their season started.
There you go. 803-404-6100. Again, you mentioned that's Monday night. Last night, 91-82 over North Carolina. Again, exhibition game that took place. The Gamecocks, it wasn't on television. They were up 7 at the end of the first quarter. They were up 11 at half, 49-38. Outscored North Carolina by 4 more points in the third quarter. So, in a way that was similar to last year. Now, I'll admit I didn't watch the game, so I have no idea how this thing was in terms of the coaches, how it was played. I know, obviously, I can look at the box score and get an idea. And looking at it, it looks like Dawn played it like pretty much like a regular game. Tanaya Latson, 27 minutes last night, scored 19 points. Just 1 of 2 from three-point range. And then Tessa Johnson, 3 of 7 from three-point range, and also had 19 points last night. Joyce Edwards had 12 points and 9 rebounds in 28 minutes of action. So, again, Latson played 27. Johnson, I'm rounding down. Johnson played 25, and Edwards played 28. So it would appear, and Raven Johnson, by the way, last night, 5 points, 5 assists. Key stat, no turnovers. When you have 5 assists and no turnovers, played 25 minutes. So at least looking at the box score, Tyler, it would tell me that was played about as close to a regular game from Dawn's perspective as she's going to play.
This is kind of what we would expect a normal box score to look like once the season gets rolling here. Coming up in a couple days. And, again, we have a high standard for what this program is supposed to accomplish. Last year, obviously, let down with coming up short in the national championship, but seems like they're going to be just as good as ever. And, again, I don't think we're going to learn a whole lot in the non-conference slate because they should win most of those games pretty handily. But when you get into conference play coming up the turn of the year, then obviously the competition gets stiffer, and we'll see, especially without Chloe Kitts this year, how much of an impact that's going to have. No Ashton Watkins either, obviously. And, we'll see what happens.
Yeah, you mentioned it. They'll kind of. I think it's fair. I think it's fair to say this. True that Anderson and North Carolina were actual exhibition games.
Yes.
They will now play 2 more essentially exhibition games. Grand Canyon on Monday, and again, we've got that family 5-pack of tickets.
I believe we're giving that away as we speak.
That has been and then on next Friday, a week from today, they will take on Bowling Green at 7 o'clock before Clemson on Tuesday the 11th. And then the real the real SC showdown with Southern Cal on Saturday, November the 15th at 9 p.m. That game will actually be televised on Fox. The Clemson game on that Tuesday will be on ESPN2. But, the Gamecocks next week. Don Staley's team, Grand Canyon and Bowling Green. Oh, boy. Good luck to those. I hope they get nice paychecks.
But you just talking about the Battle of SC, you reminded me that we're not going to see Juju Watkins in that because she got injured at the end of last year, and she's going to be out, I believe, for the entire season, as you would expect.
Yeah, I think she's essentially I can speak Austin. My son tore his ACL on April 26th, and he's 13. He is projected to be back in December. Is kind of what they're projecting for him. And so, you do the math. You mentioned Juju. I'm doing the math. You do the math on that. But we're going to hold him out from playing in school games probably until next summer for a full year. And so I would assume Juju, missing a foot, kind of the same kind of. Like these football players, man, that tear an ACL. or like an ACL, and then they're back. And we've seen some guys doing this that they're back in like 7 or 8 months. That's insane to me. I think was it Adrian Peterson a couple years ago did something like that where he, like essentially that's not human. That's
Sure.
You shouldn't. And not only that, but I don't think he had another issue if I remember correctly.
Not that I recall. Yeah, it was because he won comeback player of the year. Ran for 1,500 yards, something like that in his return year with the Vikings. That is insane. And Juju, we talk so much about women's basketball kind of having that star power that men's basketball used to have, and Juju Watkins is kind of the one star of today's women's basketball in college that Carolina's not gotten the chance to properly face yet, and we've had that opportunity. Obviously, not going to happen now. But yeah, excited for the season to get started. And we talked with Tanner Bronson earlier on this morning on the Gamecock Central Takeover Hour for a couple segments. He's excited, like Coach Paris is, about what the men have. They'll start the season against NCAA coming up on Tuesday, and we'll see what happens.
Yeah, for the men's side of things, next Tuesday, and we'll be excited to talk about that. 7 o'clock tip-off over there at Colonial Life Arena, and then on Sunday, the 9th. So next weekend, obviously no football game. Kind of an odd start time, but 6:30 in the evening against Southern Mississippi. Look, and we're going to get back into football coming up in the next segment and in the next hour. But I'll say this again with the men's basketball team. It's going to be a bit of a sleeper non-conference, and that's perfectly good. It's scheduled
by design.
Lamont Paris is going to be able to toy with lineups. I think he's learning. He was so excited. We played that audio after the NC State game. He's learning what he has already. These games, they shouldn't lose, by the way. Let's be clear. North Carolina A&T, Southern Miss, PC, nothing against the Blue Hose on Wednesday the 12th. Radford, Charleston Southern, again, Stetson, the Citadel, South Carolina State, Albany. Then you mix in what we'll call the marquee games at Clemson on Tuesday, December 16th. Virginia Tech here at Colonial Life Arena on December the 2nd as part of the ACC SEC Challenge. And then the Greenbrier, or the Skechers Greenbrier tip-off against Butler and Northwestern. Those are the 4 where you kind of go, okay, major programs, how do we stack up?
Yeah. So we're going to it's by design, like you said, with Coach Paris. And, again, it really matters what happens when conference play begins at the beginning of the year. And it's not going to get any easier. Last year was tough. And, Tanner Bronson brought up, hey, a lot of close games last year that, much like the football team, couldn't figure out how to close out some of those games. Yeah. So hopefully that's something they've got corrected for this year.
And good news, the Friday, November the 21st. So what is that, Tyler, 3 weeks from today for 31st?
Yeah, it is.
Like that. We will, you and I get off early because that game's at 2 o'clock.
Sweet.
They'll preempt us.
Sounds good.
Either you won't have to listen to us or you will be disappointed. Up to you. The game's at 2, so I'm sure we'll do an hour and 30 minutes, kind of our own pregame. But that's coming up later on in November. 803-404-6100. We'll come back. We'll wrap up hour number 2, get you set for hour number 3, and start looking ahead to not only South Carolina, Mississippi, but the weekend that will be for college football. You're listening to The Halftime Show. Well, a big thank you so far to Brian Edwards, a Vegas insider. I'll get that retweeted out earlier. I know Captain Dave has already got it up on the podcast page. And anything you missed from this week, whether it was John Strickland on Monday, our offensive line guru, maybe it was Yancey Porter on Wednesday, breaking things down, Jamie Bradford on Tuesday joining us. You can always go to our podcast page and go back and listen and hear some comments. Yancey Porter. The Yancey Porter stuff, interesting in a variety of ways. And in the next hour, we're going to get into the Carolina-Mississippi game, talk about some things, November to remember, and South Carolina's offense and Trinidad Chambliss for the Rebels and all. But to go back to that, if you didn't hear it, the stuff that was interesting is what Mississippi's trying to do for Lane Kiffin, or what they have done for NIL money for him to keep his program competitive in the portal.
Yeah.
And I guess in high school recruiting, too.
Yeah, and again, the number that he threw out there was somewhere in the neighborhood of $30 million from a small handful of high-level donors in terms of sweetening the pot to incentivize Lane Kiffin to return. I think it's interesting. We talked to Yancey. I heard Jay and Terry talking to an insider yesterday. We talked to Neil McCready from Rebels 24/7 yesterday as well, and every guy has been asked the same question. Does Lane Kiffin coach at Ole Miss next year? They all three had different answers. Nobody knows for sure.
Really?
Yeah, like our Yancey Porter, he wasn't sure. He kind of.
I thought he was confident. No, he was confident.
Was he confident on that?
He was 100%.
He was confident on that. Neil didn't really know. But, and I forget the guy that Jay and Terry talked to yesterday, but I remember I think I heard him say that he thought he was pretty sure it was going to be a stay, but anything could happen. So this is still very much up in the air, though. I vote that he stays at Ole Miss. I don't think he goes anywhere.
I think he does. He put actually a picture. I think it was last night. I think it was last night that I saw that. A picture of him and his son Knox. And he's kind of, it looks a little strange like Darth Vader, Lane Kiffin does. But he put a picture out, and his family's there. There's a lot more than just money.
Sure.
And there's a lot more than just going to a big-time program, and I think that's part of the whole deal.
Well, and I know he said he's not motivated by the money necessarily, though a lot of coaches, you can understand why they would be, but like he's going to get more money to stay at Ole Miss, right? Like because of these jobs open and him being the number one prospect for all of them, like they're going to pay him more money. They haven't got to it yet, but an extension is going to be coming sooner rather than later in terms of making sure he stays around there. So whatever money he theoretically could get somewhere else, he can probably get something comparable at Ole Miss because they're going to want to keep him around.
803-404-6100 is how you can weigh in. The live streaming thing real quick, since if you have YouTube TV. Obviously, no ESPN, ABC, Disney-owned channels. How do you watch South Carolina? I have done the research on this. I will admit right now, if I had to pick one, and I'm going to go with this probably, the DirecTV live streaming seems to be the direction to go.
Okay, sure. Yeah, and then that's, because it used to be DirecTV, it was just the contract thing. We had to have the box and all that kind of stuff, and streaming was a part of that. But I think now you can just quite literally go sign up for DirecTV Stream, and boom, it's over and done with. You don't have to have equipment or anything like that. And, yeah, if they got the channels you need, go for it.
Also coming up this weekend, the NASCAR championship, and you offered thoughts last hour. Let's go back over those.
Yeah, I like Denny Hamlin this weekend. Again, he's the greatest driver to never win a championship up to this point. Already hit the 60-win mark. Won a very valuable race at Las Vegas a couple weeks ago that locked him into the championship four. And in the history of this elimination format, a lot of times the guy that wins that first race of the round of 8, which buys you extra time to prepare for the championship race, more often than not, or a lot of the times, has the opportunity to kind of get a leg up on competition. He's very good at Phoenix, won there before, just has not been able to close out and win a championship. And if you want to add an extra layer to this, his father's not doing well. Denny said as much this morning that, hey, this is the last time he's going to get the opportunity to watch me pursue a championship. So if you want to go for a sentimental type of story there, Denny Hamlin's obviously somebody that you can look at as a favorite to win the championship. But that's kind of the interesting thing about the NASCAR championship. And for those that aren't keeping up with this is probably the last year they're going to be doing the Final Four winner-take-all format. Something I've not necessarily been a fan of over the years, so I'm glad they are going to be changing it. But, yeah, Sunday, Denny Hamlin, Kyle Larson, Chase Briscoe, and William Byron. Winner-take-all championship. Whoever finishes the highest out of those four will be your 2025 NASCAR Cup Series champion. So that's something fun to look forward to this upcoming weekend. Obviously, we have a lot of great football going on in the college and the NFL level, and hopefully by this time Monday, we'll be talking about a South Carolina win to hopefully start off the month of Crowember. Yes, I'm calling it Crowember. If you haven't been keeping up, we needed a catchy name. So we're going with Crowember because Cocktober is kind of not lived up to the billing of what it was supposed to be. So we'll see if Beamer and company can get things rolling right coming up in the month of November with this game against Ole Miss, and see if maybe they can salvage something out of what's been a very disappointing season so far. We'll get back into the specifics of this game. Let's hear a little bit of what Coach Beamer had to say last night on Carolina Calls as well when it came to previewing this matchup and seeing what it's going to take for South Carolina to go in and hopefully pull off an upset, maybe one of two over the next couple weeks as they go on the road 2 weeks from now to take on Texas A&M, who's another top 10 team, top 5 team as of right now and undefeated, the best team in the SEC as the month of November does unfold. But we'll get into that into hour number 3. It is the halftime show. Tyler Head, Bill Gunner, Captain Dave on your Football Friday Halloween edition here in the game. It's all right here for our friends over at Tilly's Warehouse, first wine and spirits store over in 5 Points in the past 20 years. I tell you about it all the time. I'm happy to remind you once again, whatever your party is. Hey, maybe you're having a Halloween party tonight. Maybe you're getting ready to do some house gating tomorrow for the game between South Carolina and Ole Miss. Well, Tilly's got you covered. You can go in there and get everything you want, things like G4 Tequila, which they have. They got ready-to-drink selections like High Noons and Sun Cruisers right there by the checkout as well. And, hey, if you're a business over in 5 Points like a bar that needs to restock, they've got a Class B license that can help you out with those needs. You can also stay connected on Instagram and Facebook. Visit the website, tillswarehouse.com, and discover why Tilly's is your new must-visit spot over in 5 Points. welcome back in. It is the halftime show. It's either head Bill Gunner, Captain Dave, or if we're going to do this properly, I am CM Punk, the best in the world, WWE superstar. Bill Gunner is a pickle, and Captain Dave is a sophisticated grandpa. Where's your sunglasses, Dave? I thought that completed the look. Nope, there we go. Yeah, now we're talking. You look like a sophisticated grandpa that's like a bass player in a band. Is that the look you're going for? I can't hear you, Dave.
Yeah, we can go there. That's
Okay.
That's fine. Although the bass player never gets the girl, but
I don't know. Bass player, don't count yourself out there, Dave. You never know. I'm gonna try and position my title so I don't have to hold it. There you go. You can see it in the live stream, so you can acknowledge that I'm champion. Either way, having fun on Halloween. We'll get into some more Halloween stuff. Maybe also get into what Mike Leach delivered was said was his favorite candy a few years ago when talking to Alyssa Lang on the sidelines after a Mississippi State game. But our focus today is on Ole Miss as South Carolina goes on the road to take on the number 7 Rebels coming up tomorrow night, which you can listen to right here on the game. Pregame coverage starting with Gamecocks game day tomorrow afternoon at 2 o'clock. Myself and Elijah Campbell will be live from O'Hara's out in Lexington. As we get set for that matchup, there's going to once again be a watch-along party on the game's YouTube channel with the early game, which is Elijah, Preston, and Jen Jensen. Actually, maybe not Jen Jensen. I know she's busy this weekend, so maybe just Elijah and Preston as they walk you through what's hopefully a funner game than the watch-along I did a couple weeks ago for the LSU game, as that was not the funnest game in the world to watch. But regardless, we'll see what happens tomorrow night. And, last night on Carolina Calls, be cut number 15, Dave, Coach Beamer gave some keys to the game, but what it's going to take to go in there and pull the upset against Lane Kiffin's squad.
Yeah, we need to play winning football, meaning that we don't beat ourselves. Our last road game was when we went down to Baton Rouge, had way too many pre-snap penalties. We can't do that and expect to win the game. And then I think, certainly third down is going to be key, us staying on the field offensively and getting off the field defensively. And then every game in the SEC, it's a close game. It comes down to the fourth quarter. When this thing gets to the fourth quarter on Saturday night, that's when we need to be at our best, and we need to find a way to finish the game, which is not what we did on Saturday.
All three very important points there. You mentioned the pre-snap penalties, and that's something that was a consistent issue in the last couple of weeks, or really the entire season, but the last couple of weeks that Lonnie Teasley was at the helm there as the offensive line coach. They make the change, bring in Sean Elliott, and, hey, give him credit for 2 weeks in a row. You've had, I think, 1 total pre-snap penalty, did not have any against Oklahoma 2 weeks ago, only had 1 early in the game last week against Alabama. Now, you had a lot more holding calls last week, which aren't great, but at least those are in the process of the play and not you shooting yourself in the foot before the play even happens. So we'll consider that a plus, and hopefully that's something that continues to translate over tomorrow. You're going into a road environment, so this will be the first time that offensive lines had to play on the road since that switch was made, and hopefully whatever Sean Elliott's doing with those guys in practice will carry over into that road game against Ole Miss. Mentioned third downs as well. We harp on third downs so much because this has been a consistent issue in the Beamer era, at least for the time that I've been here, with this team not only just trying to convert third downs, but putting yourself in good position on third downs in order to be successful. And one stat that I don't think really touched on enough coming away from last weekend's game was South Carolina's success on third downs, which was 35%. Not amazing, but that was their second best mark of the entire year, trailing only, third best mark of the entire year, trailing only the LSU game where they're at 37% and Kentucky at 53%. And a big reason why they converted at a higher clip was because they were in much more manageable third down situations last week against Alabama. Their average distance to go on third down was only 6.6 yards, which was their second best mark of the entire season, only behind the Kentucky game. And look, when you don't have pre-snap penalties that are putting you in longer to go situations consistently throughout the game, that'll help out those kind of things. And it was also South Carolina's winning more on first and second down. So when they got to third down, it was more of like a 3rd and 4, 3rd and 5, as opposed to a 3rd and 9, 3rd and 12, 3rd and 15, those kind of things. So that was a positive step in the right direction last week for South Carolina on offense. And then his third key, learning to close. You got to figure out how to win these games in the fourth quarter. It'd be one thing if South Carolina just got bludgeoned in all 5 of their losses, but they haven't. right? Yeah, Vanderbilt, it was kind of out of reach by the time the fourth quarter came around, and you didn't have your starting quarterback for the second half of that game. So maybe if Sellers plays, it's a little bit of a different story, and maybe they're at least in it a little bit more when that rolls around. Oklahoma didn't take a double two-score lead until midway through the third quarter against South Carolina 2 weeks ago. You had the lead against Bama with 10 minutes to go. You had a lead on Missouri in the fourth quarter and even had the ball multiple times, only down one score, and couldn't cash in on that. You were only down by one score against LSU until very, very late into that contest. So you've been in all of these games consistently throughout the season. You just haven't been able to close it out. Now, again, going on the road to a team like Ole Miss is going to be difficult, and they're a team that last week showed the ability to close, right? They had a 12-point lead. They got up 22-10 on Oklahoma. Oklahoma comes back, takes a 26-22, 26-25 lead. Ole Miss is able to come out, get a touchdown, and hold them off at the very end of the game there to pick up a win. So that's a team that can close the deal, and they showed you that last week. And South Carolina's going to have to figure out how to do that themselves, not just this week, but probably next week as well. The Clemson game at the end of the year, maybe even the Coastal game. That could be a close game for all we know. But closing's not been the strong suit of this team this year, and hopefully that's something that can be corrected coming up tomorrow and then proceeding through these last couple of games of the regular season. As we look at this Ole Miss team, it all starts with the quarterback. And Trinidad Chambliss is truly one of the best stories of college football this year in terms of coming out of seemingly nowhere and having the success that he's having inside of Lane Kiffin's offense. Yesterday, we talked with Neil McCready on the Garnet Trust Hour. He's from Rebel 24/7, and Jack Veltri asked him the question of comparing Trinidad Chambliss to Austin Simmons and how they stack up against each other. This will be cut number 3. Dave, here's what Neil McCready had to say about the Ole Miss quarterback.
Yeah, Austin's 19-year-old kid, and you knew first year as a starter he was going to make some mistakes, and he did. And he got hurt at Kentucky late in that game, September the 6th. And, Trinidad Chambliss is an older guy and took Ferris State to the Division II national championship and won it. And yet, when that happened, you're like, well, this team's in trouble. And if anything, they took a step forward. He's incredibly good with pocket presence, sort of knowing where pressure's coming. It's like I've said that he seems to play with like a rearview mirror on his helmet. He sort of sees things coming behind him that, he shouldn't be able to see. He definitely feels pressure and moves. He extends plays with his feet. He doesn't have the arm Simmons has at all, but he's one of those guys, and I don't know how we ever define this, but he just sort of has the it factor a little bit. I mean, he's not going to play in the NFL. He doesn't have the deep ball. He's not going to throw that 55, 60-yard pass like Lenore Sellers is where you go, it's not in his arsenal. But what he doesn't do is turn it over. I mean, this is like, I guess, game 6 or 7 for him as the starter, and he just doesn't throw picks. He doesn't put the ball on the ground. He sort of lives to fight another fight pretty consistently, and then every so often he'll just make a play where you go, wow, I didn't think he could do that. And he's just been very steady in that regard, and he's a fun kid. He's very charismatic.
And again, I had to kind of cut that answer off because he kept going there about trying to keep things like that under 2 minutes. But in doing my research for this game this week, so many of Trinidad Chambliss's numbers really pop off the page at you. And again, he was brought in as a depth guy from Division II Ferris State. Whenever we talked about Ole Miss in the offseason, we talked about Austin Simmons. And I can't tell you how many times we brought up the touchdown drive they had against Georgia, because that was the only legitimate, against a quality opponent game we had seen him play last year. And it looked good. Marched him down the field, got a touchdown when Jackson Dart had to leave for a drive. But we thought, okay, well, if he can do that against Georgia, then he can do that against just about everybody. And he came out of the gates very shaky, having 4 interceptions for the first 2 games against Georgia State and Kentucky. And that's the biggest difference between Trinidad Chambliss and Austin Simmons, where you just heard there, Austin Simmons may have the better arm, but his decision-making is not quite as good, where you have Trinidad Chambliss, who now has started 6 games, has thrown 1 interception through that period of time, And the biggest statistic to me is he only has 3 turnover-worthy plays, which Pro Football Focus judges as plays where the ball's in danger. So it may not have ended up as an interception, but you maybe fit it into a tight window. Maybe you threw it into double coverage, those kind of things where the opportunity for it to get picked off or turned over is extremely, extremely high. And Trinidad Chambliss just does not make those kind of mistakes very often, which is going to be hard to deal with tomorrow, especially for a defense like South Carolina's that's so opportunistic and I don't want to say relies on turnovers, but is very good at getting them and helping out their offense, which obviously needs a lot of help, as we've seen so far this year. He's also a good deep ball thrower. Now, last week, give credit to South Carolina because Ty Simpson put the ball in the air deep several times. Now, there was one time where he overthrew Ryan Williams on what would have been a surefire touchdown, but you had a couple of other instances. Vakari Swain, Jalen Kilgore just being in perfect coverage positions to knock those balls away and prevent them from turning into explosive plays or possibly touchdowns. This is an offense in Ole Miss that's going to test you in the exact same kind of way. Trinidad Chambliss on the season is 54% on throws downfield of more than 20 yards. That is 9th best in all of college football for qualified passers that have thrown a certain amount of passes in that regard. So he is very efficient with those kind of passes, and that's something you have to account for when it comes to defending Trinidad Chambliss. Also a really good RPO quarterback. And that Lane Kiffin offense thrives on a guy that can run the RPOs extremely well. And it takes those smart kind of experienced guys like a Trinidad Chambliss to be able to make those split-second decisions when the ball is snapped and you're putting the ball in the gut of the running back. You have to decide, am I handing it off? Am I keeping it or am I throwing it? And again, not every quarterback can make those kind of decisions that fast, or at least make the right decisions. Trinidad Chambliss, more often than not, is making the right decisions in those situations, which makes him that much harder to defend because you're trying to defend 3 plays inside of one. If the quarterback makes the right read, then all 3 of those plays, all 3 of those options will be successful depending on what's available to you there via the defense. So he's going to be a difficult guy to deal with, right? As you heard Neil McCree say, he's not an NFL guy. This is where his career peaks out, and he's making the most of it. God, he may win the Heisman Trophy a month from now, so he's somebody that you're going to have to really get a wrangle on, and I think, I wouldn't say top to bottom the best quarterback you've seen because that was Ty Simpson a week ago who didn't play his best game, which should give you hope that South Carolina's going to have the ability to get to Trinidad Chambliss and affect him. But that's the thing. This Ole Miss offensive line, very, very good at protecting him. He's also very mobile, much like Lenore Sellers, where he can escape pressure a lot of the time. He's only been pressured on 22% of his dropbacks, which is a remarkably low number when it comes to try and put pressure on a quarterback, and we'll see if South Carolina's pass rush can get home in that regard coming up tomorrow. We'll continue to break this game down and see what avenues South Carolina has to potentially pull up an upset win on the road against another number 7 Ole Miss as the halftime show. Tigerhead, Bill Gunner, Captain Dave on your Friday rolls on here on The Game. All right, welcome back in. It is the halftime show. It's Irad, Bill Gunner, Captain Dave, along with you here on your Football Friday / Halloween on the game. Again, I'm dressed up as the best in the world, CM Punk from WWE. Bill Gunner is the Pickle. I don't know if it's Pickle Rick or just a Pickle. And Captain Dave is Sophisticated Grandpa with his blue shirt, which has no reference to Charlie Brown, despite what Bill says, as we're getting into the Halloween spirit. And hopefully it's not too spooky of a day coming up tomorrow for South Carolina as they go on the road to take on Ole Miss to kick off the month of Crowvember, where typically Beamer teams play their best. Again, 13-4 in the last month of the regular season through his first 4 years here at South Carolina. I came across this tweet the other day from back in August after the initial AP poll was released in reference to what November 1st was supposed to be as a college football weekend. It was supposed to be the most loaded weekend of the entire year. We were supposed to have high-profile, ranked-on-ranked matchups, which included Penn State and Ohio State. Not the case anymore. Miami and SMU. Not the case anymore. Arizona State, Iowa State. Not the case anymore. Texas Tech, Kansas State. Not the case anymore. Georgia and Florida. Not the case anymore. Now, in all those instances, one of those teams, at least, is ranked for the most part, but the other team, not so much. And one of the ones right smack down there in the middle was South Carolina and Ole Miss. You forget, Carolina was ranked above Ole Miss in the preseason AP poll. Carolina was 13. Ole Miss was 21st. The projection was Carolina was supposed to be a better team than Ole Miss was. And if you would have told anybody back in August that, yeah, Carolina's going to go into that game with a good shot at making the playoff, and maybe Ole Miss would be kind of on the fringe of maybe already a 3-loss team or something along those lines, nobody would have said that was weird. But instead, we go into this game knowing that Carolina's playoff hopes obviously done. They're just trying to make a bowl game at this point. Ole Miss kind of in a good position not to cruise in because they still have 4 more games, but they could theoretically lose another game and still be good to make the college football playoff as a 10-2 team. But obviously, they want to close out the regular season strong on a win streak and to defeat all these more manageable opponents. They've got a better chance to beat South. They've got a better chance than Carolina does in this game. They should beat Citadel. Florida's probably going to be a mess by the time that game rolls around. And then you got a rivalry game with Mississippi State. So this might be like one of the last hurdles they have in the regular season to get past the South Carolina team that I'm sure caught their attention last week with what they were able to do with making that game close against Alabama here at Williams-Brice Stadium. But considering what this game was supposed to be in the regular season, or before the season started, it obviously did not end up living up to quite that potential. Now, again, Carolina can pull off the upset and certainly put itself in a lot better position to make a bowl game by winning this game tomorrow. And then it's like, okay, find a way to win 2 out of your last 3, and you'll be playing somewhere in the month of December. But it's not going to be easy. And one reason it's not going to be easy is you're going up against one of the best teams in the country. Offense is really good. Defense, it's okay. They have their strong suits, but they're not great at everything. And last night on Carolina Calls, Coach Beamer, cut number 13 here, Dave, Coach Beamer talked about the Oklahoma defense and what challenges they present.
Yeah, a lot like us in that you look at their defense last year, a lot of those guys are playing on Sundays now, just like our defense last year. A lot of those guys are playing on Sundays now. They return most of their guys up front. They've got guys that can rush the passer, and then 2 defensive tackles that are a handful. I mean, it's not every day you go up against a 6'8", 330-pound defensive tackle, but that's what you're doing with number 51 for them. So they present a lot of problems up front just because of their size. They got a lot of new faces in the back end at linebacker and defensive back, but they're athletic, they can run, they're opportunistic. You know, they've had a couple games where the score got up on them, Georgia and Arkansas mainly. Arkansas played pretty good in the first half, and then they really shut them down in the second half. So they're playing good defense and did a nice job against Oklahoma the other day, and are really doing a good job of just doing what they do and making you beat them.
So as we look at the numbers here for Ole Miss's defense, not really all that great defending the pass. 15th in the league not all that great defending the run. 15th in the league when it comes to rush yards per game allowed. So I hope that's an opportunity for South Carolina to replicate some of its rushing success from a couple weeks ago. We'll see. Really good at defending the pass, though. 6th best in the SEC in doing that. And one thing that really sticks out to me, I go back to that Georgia game they played a couple weeks ago, their only loss of the regular season, where Georgia never punted in that game. Now, Ole Miss didn't punt for the first 3 quarters. Georgia finally started going man-to-man in the fourth and forcing them into more situations where they couldn't make the plays they wanted to, and that's how they ended up blowing the 9-point lead and losing that game. But Georgia really picked them apart in the middle of the field. When you go back and watch that game and look at the statistics, Gunnar Stockton was a perfect 12 for 12 in the 0 to 9 yards past the line of scrimmage range. So all of those crossers, shorts, dump-offs, those kind of things, that is the key to taking advantage of Ole Miss's defense that, again, we've seen Carolina's offense do that in small bits this year, but not over the course of an entire game. But that might be the key for Sellers on this offense tomorrow to be successful.
Yeah, you talk about the offensive line, and I'll be interested to see week 3 now of Sean Elliott. And I'll be really interested to see in 2 weeks coming off of the bye week what that offensive line looks like. But, Alabama's defense is not – their defensive line is not what it's necessarily been, but the offensive line took big steps forward last week, I thought. And yes, it was still a below-average performance, but it was big steps forward for that particular group. Can you give Lenore Sellers the time to get the ball down the middle of the field to a Nick Harbor or to an in-cutting Brian Rowe or Donovan Murph or, we have Jared Brown is just – I don't think you expect anything out of him. Mazio Bennett's completely disappeared this year. But, can you get it to those guys in those situations?
And they have a lot of guys on their defensive front that are going to be able to bring pressure. When you look at that defensive front, they have Prince Well, Uman Mielen, which is Princely's younger brother. They got Cam Franklin, Will Eccles, Xavier Harris, guys like that are going to generate pressure. Centurion Perkins, very good at generating pressure as well. The thing is, they don't get home a lot. And that's kind of the interesting thing that when you look at their total sacks on the year, they're 13th in the SEC with sacks, only 13 total of the year, but they have spurts, right? They had 3 against Kentucky, 4 against Washington State, 3 against Oklahoma. So it's not a consistent thing game to game, but when they do have sacks, they get a lot of them in bunches, and you hope that's not going to be the case tomorrow. This is a weaker offensive line, no matter how much better Sean Elliott's made them in the past couple weeks. That's going to be tested by that defensive front for Oklahoma or by Ole Miss tomorrow.
Yeah, and again, you look at the offensive line, and we know Casey Henry's out. It comes across as everybody else is healthy as they've been. Nolan Hay, who they liked at center, I think they liked at center prior to his injury, is back. I don't know if you see him inserted in place of Boaz Stanley tomorrow. But, Tyler, to me, again, it is being able to put points up. You think about the Oklahoma game, you had opportunities there inside the 5-yard line, couldn't get it done. Alabama, opening drive, inside the 5, had to settle for a field goal. I'm willing to bet they get inside the 5 again tomorrow. Can you punch it in? Are you creative enough to punch it in and get that touchdown without the help of a penalty or something and then not having to settle for a field goal?
One of my biggest keys for tomorrow is how aggressive can you be on 4th down? I brought this up yesterday to Jack. I said, given the fact your back's up against the wall, from here on out, but especially tomorrow, from like your own 40 to the opponent's 30-yard line, that is 30 yards of field right there. If you're at 4th and anything 3 or less, to me it's a go every single time. And it doesn't have to be fakes, like line up and go. Because at this point, what do you have to lose? And especially with an offense that scores as highly as Ole Miss's does, you're going to have to find a way to either steal possessions or extend the ones that you have, because they're going to get you into some 4th downs. And I think converting a couple 4th downs tomorrow would be a key element in South Carolina being in this game late.
Just looking, Lucas Carmero, I believe is how you say it, on the season, the kicker, because you mentioned going for 4th down, let's say, in that situation.
Yep.
Extra point-wise, perfect, 29 of 29. But on the season, 16 of 18, and he's 5 of 5 from 30 to 39 yards and 4 of 5 from 40 to 49. So, you're talking outside of 30, 9 of 10 on the season, and I use that range because maybe, Tyler, you want to bump it up to the 40, maybe not the 30. And because, again, to me, and as I said it, and I've sent in my pick to the Big Spur, I think the defense keeps them in it for 3 quarters. The defense finds a way. The problem is you can't let this defense wear down. The offense is going to have to control. They did for a little while against Alabama.
Yeah, they did.
The time of possession greatly favored South Carolina, but it shifted mightily in the second half, and it ended up being almost even. I want to say it was about 32.5 something to 27.5 when it was said and done. South Carolina to Alabama.
And this is especially...
Of course, that was also, real quick, that long drive that went 10 minutes to about 2 minutes. there at the very end.
Because Ole Miss runs a lot of plays. They are 20th in the nation. They average 74 plays per game, but they're 10th in total tempo. They average 23 real-time seconds between plays. Now, you face a Missouri team that runs a lot of plays, but their tempo is a lot slower. You have not seen a machine that moves this fast. And when they keep going play after play after play, they're not allowing you to substitute. That is going to wear that defense down even faster tomorrow.
803-404-6100. We'll come back, talk a little bit more about this, look at the big picture. It is November. I heard Tyler mention the playoffs, and then we'll get back into that for a second. You're listening to the Halftime Show. 2:34 on a Halloween Friday. If you're still working, congratulations. I feel like you might be in the minority. Tyler and I are wrapping this thing up here in about 20 minutes, and we're going to get the trick-or-treating started early. So if we show up to your door, the Pickle and CM Punk, guided by the sophisticated grandfather in there, looking good. I angered him a little bit with my Charlie Brown references.
Yeah, I noticed. Yeah, he wasn't too happy about that.
Yeah.
I said there's a joke in there somewhere for what our costumes are. I just can't figure it out.
Yeah, you got one, Captain Dave? You get the joke?
No.
No.
This is like if these three characters walked into a bar, what's the punchline?
This is an afternoon show, sir.
You know what? That's a good point.
People are picking up their kids from school right about now.
Fair, very fair.
I tell you what, let's see if we can get Dave in a good mood real quick.
All right. Okay.
Dave, new movie out. New movie out on, why am I blanking on the rock star that the movie just came out?
Springsteen. Bruce
Springsteen.
Oh, yeah.
Have you seen it? Let's get a movie review real quick before we look at the weekend that'll be, just in case people who are on YouTube TV can't watch the games. Have you seen the Springsteen movie, or have you?
I have not, but it's down the street at Nickelodeon, so.
Are you a fan of Jeremy Allen White?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Now, he doesn't really look like Springsteen. Like, that's the thing that kind of throws it off a little bit. Like, what's his name? Timothy Chalamet really looked like Bob Dylan in that movie last year, which was phenomenal if you haven't seen it. So if you can just get past the fact that Jeremy Allen White doesn't really look like Bruce Springsteen, then hopefully the rest of the movie's good.
I thought that seemed a little odd. Also, aren't all these movies about these, Dave, you know better than I do, aren't all these movies essentially the same? They rise to fame. There's a whole lot of drugs and women. They have to overcome some kind of addiction, and then they make great music, and most of them end decently.
No,
Bob Dylan's doesn't end decently.
Both of those two guys.
Huh?
You know, their songwriting abilities and how great they were, what influence they had.
But did you see the Bob Dylan movie?
Yes.
What was your thoughts on that? Tyler said he was a big fan, I think.
Yeah,
I
I thought it was great.
Okay. All right. We look
the Beatle one's coming out. I don't know how that's going to be.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll get movie reviews with Dave coming up, especially if South Carolina can't get bowl eligible. We will have a lot of movie reviews in the month of December. 803-404-6100. So let me ask you this, and we're going to go through some of these games here for the weekend. We're going to turn the page to November 1st tomorrow.
Yep.
It's year 2 of the significantly expanded college football playoff. One of the reasons for that was to make November games ones that typically in the past were maybe great games.
Sure.
But they didn't have any meaning to them. And there's one in particular tomorrow night that I'm going to get to. We're going to start with here in a second. That is essentially an elimination game.
Right.
South Carolina, Missouri had a essentially elimination game to start the month of November last year, I believe, or was it? I think it was maybe the second game in November. But anyway, are we buying that some of these games? Will you get into a few more of these games tomorrow? Because, and let me give you the example: Tennessee, Oklahoma, both with 2 losses.
Mm-hmm.
Both will get into the playoff if they maintain 2 losses. Oklahoma's schedule is, if you haven't seen it, is ridiculous coming down the stretch. So whoever loses that is essentially out tomorrow night. Games in Knoxville.
Right. Yeah, and that is the beauty of this expanded playoff because, you know, in the 14 playoff era, these teams would have been fighting for the hopeful opportunity to maybe make a New Year's Six
Citrus
game.
Bowl, yeah.
Yeah, or a Citrus Bowl or something like that, where now they're legitimately fighting for the chance to stay alive in the college football playoff fun. And that's what makes these kind of games fun. And, yeah, I'm going to tune in for that one. Oklahoma reeling a little bit. They've lost 2 out of their last 3. Their only win was that win against Carolina 2 weeks ago. And, you know, you have another offense like Vols offense that's going to test what has been looked at as one of the best defenses in the country. Ole Miss was able to run up and down the field on them quite a bit last week. So we'll see how that matchup goes. But, yeah, and especially if Oklahoma loses, where's that conversation around Brent Venables go? Because they start off the year 5-1 or 5-0, feeling good, ranked in the top 10, all that kind of stuff. Lose Texas by a lot. Beat Carolina, lose last time out against Ole Miss. Like, there's a realistic chance that team could end up being like 7-5 after starting 5-0.
Well, I mean, that's kind of to your point. If you saw the SEC shorts deal, that was funny over the week on Monday, where it said it's beginning to look a lot like last year.
Yes.
And that I picked Tennessee tomorrow, and I kind of picked Tennessee A little bit bigger because I think Oklahoma's been exposed. I think their offense has been exposed. But that tomorrow night at 7:30 is a playoff game.
Essentially, yes.
Is a playoff game, and we'll get to more of those. Let's get to the phone lines. Jamie wants to weigh into on the discussion back to Carolina, and that's fine this afternoon. Go ahead, Jamie. What's on your mind?
Hello?
Yep,
Yes.
go ahead.
Go right ahead.
Hey, you guys talked about the fourth down, everything. I'm just wondering, if we got third or whatnot, would it be a good idea to go ahead and have a play already called in for fourth down? So if we do get the, first down conversion and go ahead and just rushing up to the line and going for it instead of having to wait for a play to be called in and catching the defense off guard?
I mean, every situation is different. Yeah, obviously, and in certain situations, thank you for the phone call. Every situation is different. Obviously, there's going to be some situations, Tyler, that you were kind of mentioning. Say it's like a 3rd and 6, and I would assume Shane Beamer would be like, you got 2 downs to get this. So, play 3rd down like you're going to get it. Now, if it's, 3rd and 2, and y'all know this is going to happen, by the way. If it's 3rd and 2 and you run it up the middle for no yards, now it's 4th and 2, I don't agree with maybe, and I also don't agree with running up to the line of scrimmage to get the playoff. But yeah, then maybe you take reevaluation of what your plays are. So while I understand what you're trying to ask, every situation is kind of different on that one.
It is. I will say this now, especially considering the fact that Carolina is, just fighting for bowl eligibility at this point. You're not going to pull the wool over everyone's eyes with running fakes, as you've seen like in the past couple weeks.
South Carolina might, because quite frankly, I don't know what we've seen so far, but you might not. Use fake punt.
Yeah,
yes,
fake punts.
Yeah.
You're not going to be able to catch anybody off guard. Again, Ole Miss famously last year left their defense on the field when Carolina went for the fake punt on their first drive of the game because they figured they were going to do something like that. And if I'm a special teams coordinator going up against Carolina in these next 4 weeks, I'm going to assume they're going to fake it on every single 4th down because they have their back up against the wall at this point. So you're not going to be able to catch anybody off guard with those kind of things. So I do think you just at this point, as long as it's, a makeable 4th down, you just got to line up and go for it. Again, the offense did better last week. I hope that's a carryover into this week against Ole Miss. And hopefully you've got something in your bag of tricks that can catch some guys on 4th down because, again, you're going to need to convert some of those if you're going to win this game tomorrow.
Maybe not a playoff elimination game. Yeah, maybe so. I don't know. We're going back to that. Brian Edwards, earlier we had him on, and he's going to go with SMU plus the 12.
Mm-hmm.
Plus the 12. But taking on Miami tomorrow. Miami's 6-1. SMU's 5-3. But here's the deal about that. Much like Clemson last year, SMU's 3-1 in conference.
Yes.
They're still in the hunt. Still technically in the hunt to get to the ACC championship game, which could change things up a little bit. So do you, and I guess win it again, much like Clemson did, do you consider that an elimination game, or because SMU's a double-digit dog and 3 regular season losses?
For Miami, it is.
Okay.
Because, one, they don't control their own destiny. If they lose 2 games, there's no way they make the ACC championship.
And lost to Virginia, who's ahead of them.
Yeah, exactly. Because right now, even if they went out right now, they wouldn't be guaranteed a spot in the championship game. And they don't have any quality opponents after this. They got NC State, Virginia Tech, and Pitt. None of those are going to give you any kind of significant boost in the playoff rankings where you can suddenly vault yourself in the top 12. If Miami loses tomorrow, much like Oklahoma or Tennessee, they are not making the college football playoff.
Okay, I like that. Bold. Very good where you go there. I don't think we have Cincinnati, Utah is an elimination. No, right now, as we're going to turn the calendar, 2 teams from the Big 12 get in. It's no reason not to, but Cincinnati and Utah.
Here's the thing. For me to get 2 teams into the 2 Big 12 teams in, I think you have to have 2 undefeateds taking each other on in the conference championship. Now, Cincinnati already has 1 loss, so they theoretically could have to run the table the rest of the way. BYU still undefeated. Texas Tech already has 1 loss, and they don't control their own destiny as of right now. So this is the chance for the Big 12, especially if, because Utah already has 2 losses. If Cincinnati loses, that hurts their chances of getting 2 teams in to the college ball playoff. The Big 12 needs Cincinnati to win, keep winning. They need BYU to keep winning, so both those teams go into the conference championship in solid positions to possibly both be in no matter the outcome.
We'll come back and wrap it all up in a nice little bow. The Pickle, the Wrestler, and the sophisticated grandfather. It is the halftime show. Okay, all right.
I mean, I completely hate candy corn. When I was a kid, well, gummy bears, let's see. Gummy bears for sure.
Sour or regular?
The Haribo. It's got to be the Haribo ones. And then the other thing I like is is when they used to have the sprees in a box. Outstanding. You have to go to the dollar store to find it, but I do. And then the latest, there's still candy innovation, although a while back I found that Europe had better candy than we did overall, just because they have gummy everything. And then, they have those Nerds clusters, which is new.
The gummy.
Yeah, which is good. The Nerds clusters is good. And then if you go chocolate, probably Almond Joy.
Love it. Hopefully you'll get some of that next week.
Yeah, we'll see.
The words of the one and only Mike Leach. Now, I have come to notice Almond Joy is a polarizing candy.
Yes, it is. You either team Almond Joy, team anti-Almond Joy, and there's no in between.
There is truly not. And anti-Almond Joy thinks the Almond Joy lovers are like psychos. I mean, you're right. It's not like, okay, I see what you're doing there. Like, if you don't like, and I love Almond Joys.
I'm not a fan. Got a dichotomy here.
Now here's where it gets a little strange for me.
Okay.
No, wait. Which one's the one with the stupid? Yeah, Almond Joy. Mounds is the one with no.
Yeah, there's no almond in it.
I don't like a Mounds. I mean, it's not the worst thing.
Okay.
Like, I'm not.
You like the almond in the candy bar.
But yes, the almond and the coconut, the chocolate, and it's all delicious. I'm gonna probably stop after this and go grab one now. I gotta. But yeah, I have come to understand as I've gotten older. And again, like you just said, what is your reasoning? You just you don't.
So, did you ever see Zombieland?
No. Is that the one with Woody Harrelson? And,
yes.
Okay, I've seen bits of it. Yeah. Are they chasing I thought they were chasing a Twinkie in that or something.
He is chasing Twinkies, but they keep coming across Snowballs, which is another Hostess snack cake.
Okay.
And he gets angry every time, and he says, it's not the taste, it's the consistency of coconut I don't like. And I am in the camp with him on that. I don't like eating coconut. It gets stuck in my teeth. It's like eating wood shavings. Taste is fine. I don't like the consistency of coconut, so I am anti-Almond Joy. Like, love chocolate, love almonds. Don't love coconut.
Okay. All right. No, I like that. Well explained, by the way. Very good job. What do you get? Wait, I assume you're not going trick. I will say, I don't know what I'm doing tonight, but I am not, to my knowledge, trick-or-treating. But again, there's no plans. And when there's no plans, good Lord, look out. What did you go for? What was, when you saw something go in the bag, what were you like, all right?
Anything Reese's. Love Reese's. Like Snickers, like a top 2 candy bar for me. Very underrated candy that a lot of people don't like that I love, Dots. You a Dots fan?
I'm not. I haven't been a gummies fan, if you will.
Okay.
With the worms and it is just within the last, 3 months, to be honest. And I don't know if this is something with me being in the hospital and something changing in my body or something, or taste buds. Austin loves, I think they're called Black Forest.
Yeah, those
gummies.
are good. Those are good. They got a little, the gel inside of them.
The bears. No, they're just gummies. Probably like the Haribo or whatever they are. I've never liked those. I was never a sweets person. I've never had a cavity.
Wow, that's impressive.
I was never I was a chocolate. I love chocolate. So I loved if I saw a Musketeers go in the bag, I lost my brain about it. I was like, this is great.
Love Three Musketeers.
I'll even tell you this. Now, I love chocolate. As a younger kid, I didn't like a Snickers.
Really? Okay.
I mean, it wasn't, I'd eat it, but it wasn't my favorite.
Sure.
And then Milky Way, again, even though I like chocolate, no, that was, especially if you were like me and you had braces, Milky Ways were like...
Oh, I broke every candy roll with braces you could have.
Okay, yeah. But no, Sprees, Lemon Heads.
Lemon Heads are underrated, I'll say that.
Yeah, all that stuff, like the candy. I never got into that. I was never never like a huge. I mean, yeah, if it was there, I'd.
You have a least favorite? Like, if you see that, get it out of here or give it to somebody else?
Oh, I will say this. I did like Runts.
Okay, that's fine.
Runts were like the odd thing that I liked.
I was always anti-Tootsie Roll. Not a fan of Tootsie Rolls.
I didn't mind those. When you say least favorite?
Yeah, to me, that was Tootsie Roll.
I mean, there was the stuff that we always laugh about. That they're in the black and orange, wrappers. They're like, I guess they're caramel. I think they were made in the 20s.
The grandma candies.
Yeah, whatever they are. Or the white and black, little bars. The little bars, the white.
Oh, yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, what I'm talking about. Like, those were disgusting, beyond disgusting. And that would be the thing. So,
Okay.
Before we get out of here, I got another text for you here. And by the way, Chris says coconut has the consistency of a grated wiffle ball.
I said wood shavings, but you're on the right track.
Another text was in top 3, Take 5, Butterfinger, and Snickers.
Take 5. That's an underrated one. Good pull there.
Going back to the football game very quickly, KT from Lexington says it's going to take 30-plus to win. I was going to be one of my points.
I agree.
They're going to have to score more than they do. I got 31-14, Mississippi tomorrow. Defense keeps them in the game. What was your selection?
31-20 Ole Miss, unfortunately.
31-20. You got them giving them to 20. That's not bad. All right. I've been a pickle. It was a new experience. CM Punk over here. Hair looks phenomenal.
Thank you. Best in the world.
Best in the world. And winner of our own little personal contest, the sophisticated grandfather. Y'all have a good day.
Oh, man, it's a post-game show. It's a Halloween Friday. David Ayers saying inappropriate things we can't repeat on the radio. I got to get this HR email out, Jay.
Well, Dave, there's a lot of things that Dave says that probably could be aired that would still be inappropriate.
You know what? I think I agree with you about 1,000% on that.
Yeah. I mean, there's things.
Yeah,
there's
absolutely.
Things. But we
there's
love
Dave.
Dave. What's Dave doing for Halloween?
He dressed up as he called it a hip grandpa. I look at it as the creepy grandpa, the guy that's walking around Chuck E. Cheese without kids.
Hip grandpa or need a hip grandpa?
He thinks he's a hip grandpa.
Okay.
He's got like a cool he thinks he's like a cool grandpa jacket on. Like a little like that business casual kind of jacket.
Okay.
He's got it, yeah.
Hip and grandpa rarely go together, but there's a few.
Yeah. What is that?
There's a few. I can see Dave's got some things going on, so I can see that. I can see that.
Yeah, I can see. I mean, Dave. When I look at Dave, I think hip grandpa.
Sure. We'll move on.
Yeah. Oh man.
I do have a bag of. I do have a big bag of Reese's pumpkins ready to go.
Oh,
for the kids.
you. Let me ask you though. Okay, so you bought a big bag. How much of the big bag is left? 'Cause I know you're sampling it to make sure it's good for the kids. How many have you sampled?
I'm serious. I've only had one.
Oh, you're so full of crap.
No. I've only had one.
Okay.
Only had one.
All right.
And
we had one. Me, myself, and I. All
the
three
availability.
of us?
It's just like the SEC availability report. It's questionable as to how many will be distributed before I tell neighborhood children that I'm out of candy. And it's probable that I will still have some left, even if I tell them I don't. How's that?
Yeah, usually it's like, okay, kid, one for you, one for me, one for you guys, one for me.
Yeah, but it's a big bag. It's my wife got the jumbo bag of the Reese's pumpkins at the Target.
I had to establish this early on in my girlfriend and I's relationship. The candy we buy for Halloween, A, we buy too much, and B, we buy things I like. So that way, when we have a lot left over,
you gotta buy stuff you like.
Yes.
Man. You gotta, and why wouldn't you anyway, right? Because I would think that you would want people in your neighborhood to remember that you weren't the family that gave out like the weird flavors of Tootsie Roll.
Oh yeah,
remember those?
The weird flavors of Tootsie Roll and those stupid little marshmallow ducks or chickens or whatever.
Yeah, or the peanut. The marshmallow peanut thing. I'm like, come on, man. Do I just need a marshmallow shaped like a peanut? I don't even know what this is for.
Or remember that big ball of whatever it was? We thought it was popcorn, and it was a big ball of something, and they throw it in your bag, and nobody ever ate that thing. Nobody ever ate that.
No, man. I want Reese's. I want Snickers. I want Whoppers. I want Sweet Tarts. I know what I want.
Yeah. Matter of fact, you know what I should have done as a kid? Went around and gave them my candy menu they should go buy.
Yeah, I know, right? And I don't mind, because most people, I don't know. I mean, I like Mounds and Almond Joy.
I love Mounds and Almond Joy.
I like coconut, so most people don't, I guess.
Well, I
love
tell you
Payday.
This. Hey, Jay, Tyler went off like a madman on coconut here a little while ago. So, I mean, I love coconut.
So he's not a fan.
No, he's not. I love coconut.
I don't mind. My great grandmother, who I got to know she didn't die until I was 9, but she made a coconut cake, and I guess that was her specialty, I think, as I remember, and so I just grew up eating that, and I was like, this is good, man.
I love coconut. I love German chocolate cake. I'm all over coconut, man.
Langston will join us in a bit, so we'll get his take on favorite Halloween candies and what he's got going on tonight.
Okay, here's my question. You and I like coconut.
Okay.
If Langston doesn't like coconut, do we all of a sudden have a phone line problem? If you know what I'm saying?
I don't know. Langston's from Charleston, where they have old school flavors and stuff like that, like coconut cakes and things like that. So I'm almost gonna say that he does. I don't know. I can't recall. I mean, I've known Langston a long time now, and I'm sure at some point we've talked about things like this. But I'll find out soon enough. We'll keep him. We'll keep him. He's too good. He's been too good to us.
That's true. Let
Mounds and Almond Joy come in the way.
All I'm going to say is What he did for us, SEC Media Days, he gets a statue in the studios here.
Yeah,
Just alone for SEC Media Days 2 years ago in Dallas.
I will never disagree, and I'm ready for them to go back to Dallas, if only because Langston will bring us more food. But we're also trying, I think Preston is doing this too. I think we're trying to encourage the Moors to maybe move back to the Midlands of South Carolina, but I'm not sure if that's working.
Yeah,
I think they like
keep
Dallas
the pressure on.
Speaking of things going on out that way, it went from bad to worse. It's funny, we didn't talk about it yesterday. I mean, we did talk about the LSU situation, but I had a question on my rundown, Terry, and let me go back. Hang on, let me turn my page back to yesterday. This is how my rundown started for my SEC section. The mess in Baton Rouge, who wants the job? And then the second question I have, should Woodward just walk away? And I never got around to asking you, should Scott Woodward just walk away? Now I don't have to ask you that because he's walked away.
Right.
And they're going to pay him to walk away. He didn't get fired, and he didn't quit, it feels like. It's just like, the governor of Louisiana basically made the situation completely untenable, threw him under the bus, rolled over him, a couple times, and then moved on about his business. It's been obviously very easily proven now that much of what the governor said about Scott Woodward was simply incorrect, factually incorrect. Some of it was true. But not nearly as much as the governor would have had the people of his state and the fans of LSU football believe. And Scott Woodward's also the guy that hired Kim Mulkey and Jay Johnson. Jay's won the World Series twice. Kim's won a national title. But Brian Kelly didn't. And we've talked about this too. Look, I think a lot of us felt like Brian Kelly would go to LSU and win a national championship.
I'll raise my hand. I thought he was going to.
I think a lot of people have. And I think it's not on Scott Woodward. I think it's on Brian Kelly. I think that's been shown as well that it's on Brian Kelly. But we'll come back around to that in just a little bit. LSU is off this weekend. They've named it is, man. It's just a giant mess, and I think it got a little bit worse before it maybe gets better. But meantime, we'll focus on the Gamecocks at Mississippi. The line has moved down just a little bit, so some of the money has flowed towards South Carolina. Only a touch. It went from 12.5 to 11.5. And whatever happened overnight in the computers, Terry, went from 19.0% chance for South Carolina to win this football game to 19.3% chance.
That's what I'm talking about
game.
right there, man.
So it's gone a little bit. And if y'all haven't seen last night's availability report, Buddy Mack is out, defensive back. Jaden Sellers, who had a couple of nice moments in the last couple of weeks, is out. And, of course, we know that Casey Henry is likely done for the season. He is out. There are no other Gamecocks listed in any other availability category, which means everyone is full go tomorrow night. I watched Josh Pate talk about this game, watched J.D. Pickle talk about this game, and while there's a belief from them that Mississippi wins this football game, I think there's also a belief that South Carolina, if they can play the way they did against Alabama, has a chance in this football game. And that's basically how I feel. I picked a 7-point Ole Miss win in this one, so I think if nothing else, South Carolina could cover those points, Terry. But it's just, once again, and I know some of you as fans of this program are probably getting tired of thinking it and hearing it and saying it and whatever. But this football team just needs to play a complete game for the first time maybe this season, other than when I would argue they did it against Kentucky, and they dominated the Kentucky Wildcats, who aren't very good. But other than that, you've had the flashes here and there. You've had your moments. Again, in 3 of your 5 conference losses, you have had amazing opportunities well into the fourth quarter to either win the game, stay in the game, whatever, and it has not happened. And not a lot of reasons, Terry, I think, for people to say it changes tomorrow night. But did we see South Carolina take another couple of steps towards that type of complete game performance against Alabama? We'll know tomorrow night by 11 o'clock or so.
Yeah, look, Ole Miss, it's very interesting. I mean, like last year, again, that defense was ridiculous. This year, they're not as ridiculous. Some of their stats are underwhelming. They miss a bunch of tackles. They get pressure, but not as much as they got last year. Teams have moved the ball on them. Teams have scored some points at times, but at the end of the day, Jay, that defense has made enough stops to win games when they need to get stops. Offensively, man, Chambliss is such a problem. Lacey, the running back's a tackle-breaking machine. They got yak yard guys at wide receiver. If you miss a tackle, all of a sudden you look up and that dude's 70 yards in the end zone. They're going to get theirs. They're going to score. They're going to move the ball. It's at home in their dojo. For South Carolina to win this game, I think I said this yesterday, they are going to have to get help scoring-wise from the defense and the special teams because the offense is until the offense proves different to me, man, I can't see the offense throwing a 30 on anybody. And to get to 30, which I feel like you got to get around 30 to beat Ole Miss, Jay, you're going to have to get some kind of scoop and score pick six from your defense, maybe some kind of return from Vakari Swain or a block punt or something to score a touchdown. All three phases have to contribute points-wise for South Carolina to beat Ole Miss. It's not like it can't happen, but I feel like that's the road.
I'm 100% with you. And remember, on this program, we call those what, Terry?
They are supplemental touchdowns, my man.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hey, I'm here for you.
I mean, I got it. Every time you say it, I get a dime. So I just want to make sure that continues to
happen. I don't care if you get, as long as it's not from me. I ain't giving you no dime.
No. I have a thing. Don't worry.
There's a guy out there that counts. Or something, or a
there's a guy. There's a guy that counts. There's a guy that counts it. No, I'm with you, and I don't even think around 30. I think you must score more than 30, maybe even get close to 40 to win a game like this because Mississippi scores points. And they, I don't know what else to say about that. Yes, you must score above 30, unless you're plus 3 minimum in the turnover department, where you're just not giving Mississippi those opportunities to score.
Right.
Other than that, I don't see a way. Last week you had it against Alabama where you could have won a game scoring in the 20s. I just do not feel that's the case tomorrow night.
No, Ole Miss is, I think, 4th in total offense in the SEC. But ready for this? I'm talking about yards. 13th in total defense, giving up a tick over 400 yards a game. So, again, you're going to get yards, Jay, but can you score?
Yeah.
That's the other one. Here, ready? And you and I can scream this together. South Carolina, when they get inside the Ole Miss 40, what do they have to score, Jay? Touchdowns. Yes. Touchdowns.
Yeah. And that's been problematic. So and that's why I say some of the national guys that I've been watching this week give South Carolina an opportunity, like what they've seen, know what Lenoris can be. And again, I have on my rundown today, let Lenoris be Lenoris. I've got continuity on offense, and let Lenoris be Lenoris. Those are my 2 keys for that side of the ball this weekend. And I hope we see more of that. By the way, apropos of nothing, I hope we get to watch this game tomorrow night around these parts because I at least have YouTube TV. And I even wanted to put on SportsCenter just now, thinking, well, at least they'll let me watch SportsCenter, I bet.
Nope.
I can't.
Well,
Can't even watch SportsCenter. And I can't even watch SportsCenter on my ESPN app. I tried both.
Have you bought the Ultimate ESPN yet?
No, I haven't. I haven't done that yet because I can get everything through YouTube TV. So I'm not gonna. I don't want to double up for nothing. Until I realized today they were serious, and I was like, oh.
Here's my advice. Because again, now I'll give you. I would go and get, because I think this thing's going to get settled in a week tops. Go get a 7-day trial with Hulu TV, or because they have live TV, or I think Sling does stuff. There's these other providers, I think DirecTV. You can go get maybe a 7-day trial with somebody, Jay, and just make sure you cancel it once you get your YouTube TV back. That's just I
may have to do that. All right, Langston on the other side. We'll get his take on Gamecocks and Rebels. A few NFL things. Lamar, speaking of NFL, Lamar is back, and he didn't even score a rushing touchdown last night. That's how good Lamar Jackson is. Lots to do on a Football Friday Halloween edition of the postgame show.
All right, CHW Cabinetry on Two Notch in Lexington. Phone number 803-520-6837. If you want to get your goals accomplished for cabinetry, because like some I check, cabinet's kind of important. You need a place to put stuff. And what better place to put stuff is in cabinets that you like the style, you like the size, you like the colors, you like everything about them. The folks at CHW Cabinetry will handle that. Star and the crew, a phenomenal job from beginning to end. You go meet with them. They sit down with you. They actually care what you think and what you want and the budget, and they'll get to work for you. Photorealistic renderings of what you will get from beginning to end to know what's going on with your cabinets and your process, and they will get it done for you. And they will always be there for you from beginning to end. The best customer service in the Midlands. 803-520-6837, CHW Cabinetry. Give them a ring and let your cabinetry dreams come true. All right, post-game show, a football Friday, getting you ready for South Carolina and Ole Miss in Oxford. Who better to get us ready there, Jay, especially on a Halloween Friday than our boy Langston Moore?
Yeah, it's always great to have Mr. Moore. We haven't had him. Well, I haven't. Last couple of weeks. I was away last Friday, obviously, and then the previous Friday, Langston was traveling somewhere over the Mississippi River when we were on the air, so he was unable to be with us. But good to have the former Gamecock D lineman, team captain, draft pick of the Cincinnati Bengals, barbecue aficionado, longtime NFLer, softball dad, cheer dad, great husband, and children's book author, public speaker, and again, general Renaissance man. How are you, sir?
I think you got to add to my great husband because I put my Christmas tree up today, Jay.
What?
What?
Yeah, man.
Look
I'm getting
at
it out the way.
you.
I'm getting it out the way. Obviously, this tree ain't fresh now. I'm not that crazy. You know what I'm saying? When somebody sold me a tree in October, even though it's the last day, but I had some time today. I was like, I got a little bit of time. You know what? I'm gonna be traveling the next couple weeks. Put this tree up. That's what we gonna do today.
You know what? I'm just gonna say this now. Every other guy in a relationship hates you right now. You know what I'm saying, right? You're that guy. You became that guy. The guy you used to cuss out, you just became that guy.
But here's the juxtaposition, though, Terry, because we ain't giving out no candy tonight. Because you know why? The Moors put a strict no candy rule in this house. Not for the kids, not because we're that, but because I'm going to eat it all before the kids come here. And because it was going to be a glamorous spread, and all they got was, like, raisins and, like, Smarties or something. You know what I'm saying? When there was big Snickers bars in there. When there was big Snickers bars in here like an hour ago, you're just late, kid. You should have came when the sun was up.
You would have given us raisins. We're egging your house. I'm just telling you.
I got a good HOA, man. Everybody got a camera on the front door. We gonna catch you.
We'll come back around to some Halloween fun in a little bit. Let's get your take on last Saturday. Obviously painful, and yet opportunities were there to defeat a top 5 team. Just your general take, and we'll get into some specifics.
Yeah, I think that's it. It hurts because there was opportunities to win the game, and I mean, it seems to be a reoccurring theme. Like the last, the Alabama week, the week before, and obviously, the preceding weeks before that, there was a lot of opportunities. Even though we didn't play our best, even though there were times we were up. I'm thinking about the Oklahoma game, all these different scenarios where we're just finding ways to lose the game. And it's not just one singular way where it's like, oh, Mr. Butterfingers over there, or they can't tell. It's all of those things. It's an amalgamation of things that always come together that at the end of the day it ends up with us being in the L column as the W column. And like I kind of talked with Terry about a couple weeks ago, it just comes down to this question that, just good teams find a way to win these games and bad teams find a way to lose these games. And it feels like in the past, we've gone on runs and Shane has done a great job of galvanizing the locker room, getting those guys to do that. And that's no small feat. That is what you do. That's why we pay you the big bucks. But, at some point it's weird this year. It was odd this year because we're not seeing that this year. We're not seeing the run. We're not seeing those Marcelo's fumbles, and we went on this tremendous, 6-game winning streak, and we didn't fumble again. So hopefully, this is a great time for, Lenoir not putting anything on him because that was just football last week and all those different things. But, hopefully that's a streak we're getting ready to go on here because, we would like to continue to win out and obviously play spoiler. And we've done this in years past and against some very vaunted orange teams. And so we only got one really orangey team on the end of the schedule that we really want to stick that to. But it all starts obviously Saturday with a tough task ahead against Ole Miss and Lane Kiffin, who seems to have everything going right for him. I think it's the Bikram yoga. I think that's why everything is working well for him.
All right, man. All right, as a guy that played defense his entire life, tell me the truth. You see South Carolina, you see DQ Smith move his hands back and let Bernard of Alabama run to the end zone for the touchdown so the Gamecocks will get the ball back and a chance. As an old defensive guy, and you watch a defense let a guy score, what was going through your head, man?
Yeah, I got a little gaggy. I was like, did I just see that? And again, and so I mean, I saw it. I look again. Talk about good husband. I watch football with my wife. I don't exclude her. I don't kick her out the room, Jake. I include her. You know what I'm saying? She's gonna sit here and enjoy this with me. She also went to Carolina, so she got to suffer too. But she looked at me. She looked at me the same way and was like, "Did he just give up?" And I was like, "I think so." So again, I don't know if the great bullpen of journalists that pepper Shane during the week, did they ask the question? You guys can maybe answer that for me. But did they ask him? Was it planned? Did you guys, or was that something just kind of rogue DQ? Was like, hey, high football IQ, let me let you do this. But the whole thing with the high football IQ, because we saw like the Patriots do this. Jay, one of your great Denver Broncos, Bertrand Berry always tells this story about they were up Monday Night Football playing Denver against the Patriots. Bill Belichick took the safety. They punted it. They kicked it back off to Denver, stopped them, scored the touchdown, went back, scored the field goal. But again, think about the coordination. I'm sorry to say this, man. This again, I love South Carolina. This is my team. I can say this. We don't have that type of nuance and chutzpah and and all of us. All of those things aren't in concert right now. The meal is not in concert right now for us to do those certain things. Yes, we still do have Lenore Sellers, and maybe that's the thing that I was like, okay, we got that. But I don't know if where we're at psychologically. I would rather make a guy snap a ball, catch the ball, kick the ball at our home field into the student stadium, into the student section, as opposed to just being like, we're really smart. Let's let him run up in there and score a touchdown. Because I don't think we're that nuanced to do that where we're at in the program right now.
Yeah, especially as we said, when they do the kind of kickoff they did, and all of a sudden it's a 91-yard opportunity with 34 seconds and no timeout. So I get that. You just hit on something too, and I'll take it forward. You mentioned psychologically. This is something we talked about with Brew on Tuesday. Langston, and that's where this team is. We've seen over the course of Shane's time in Columbia that this team doesn't seem to let down. They might get beat, but they don't seem to let down. They're not getting blown away in most of these games, and certainly weren't blown away last week. But how do you pick yourself back up? How do you take that almost and turn it into a complete this weekend against a team that might be more prolific offensively, and you're going to their place? What does that feel like for a ball club this week?
Well, what it feels like for a ball club this week is that hopefully everything has been true. We've been saying that the program's been saying that, the practice, everything is really close. We've seen, glimpses of that, obviously with the penalties, the pre-snap stuff. And again, it's not, it's kind of like saving that $10 when you're like, man, I want to save all my check, but that's not realistic. That's not how you're going to do it, because you got to go eat some wings. You got to go get a haircut, but again, just being diligent and having a little bit will pay dividends later. But again, this is not a savings plan. We don't have, it's not 529. Shout out to the South Carolina 529, but we have got 18 years for this thing. There's a limited amount of time that we have left, and so hopefully the things that these guys have been doing will start to really pay off. And like I always say, there is nothing like going on the road and upsetting a team, beating a team. I mean, there's just some of the things I just put on my Christmas list next to like warm cookies and things like that. Is just wanted to be a part of that, and like it's really cool for the fans and for your all. But as a player, there is nothing more gratifying than that. And again, hopefully Shane is conveying that, because they're really close. There's a lot of, obviously, instances on tape, and I always talk about all the time how you try to coach them, how you try to do that. You got to show kids tangible examples. You got to show human beings tangible examples. This is what you do. That's why we got automatic savings and all these things, because, if you don't do it, you got to save some yourself. And so, again, like I said, Shane has always found a way to galvanize these guys, get them going, from Jason Brown to the coach that was a quarterback coach of it. I mean, there's always a bunch of iterations of that, and we don't have to go that deep into our trick bag. We just got to figure out a way to steal a couple possessions, do what we do, and obviously do some things that we haven't done all year. But the potential has been there from the beginning of the year. Hopefully, a lot of those things we put in practice over the season, and will start to pay off on the road there Saturday night.
More from Langston on Carolina Ole Miss. Get a few NFL thoughts from him, too, and more around the holiday. If you would, and for a lot of people, today's a holiday. It's Halloween, after all. Jay and Terry, Football Friday. Langston coming back on the postgame show.
It's a Football Friday on the postgame show. Columbia, Charleston, Myrtle Beach, Florence, Game Network. Jay Phillips, Terry Ford, Langston Moore hanging out with us. Langston, don't worry. We're going to get to the important thing soon, which is Halloween candy. But first,
thank you.
Well, real quick about this Ole Miss game. Obviously, you lose a game you should have won, right? We were talking about this all week, Jay and I. When you play a game against anybody, any opponent, whatever, you walk off whatever surface you're playing, and there are times where they beat you on the scoreboard, but you're like, man, I dominated that bleeping game, and I let it slip away. When you have that happen like South Carolina did against Bama, and you're going through an underachieving season where much more was expected, how do you keep this on the rails, man? Because this is something that could slip away, especially coming off that disappointment Saturday.
Yeah, that's where you get to be as a coach. You get to be, I told you, man. If I told you, you put your left foot up and just put the mental weight on your front foot, you wouldn't have false stepped, and that would have been the difference between this. And you run it in front of the tape 10 times. You run it in front of the team 10 times. You slow it down, speed it up. Y'all, guys, do y'all remember when I stopped practice last week and Langston didn't want to do it because of it? And that is your time as a coach to say, I told you so. And that is your time as a coach to also be like, we're so close. And you think, guys, you think I'm BSing you, all of the, you whatever. Guys, we're so close. I'm just telling you right here, if you just do what I tell you and just keep playing with that sense of urgency, and I'm just telling you, it's going to be a hot, like, that's where all, like, kind of like the corny stuff is. Because it'd be one thing, again, I told you, Terry, I know bad. I know real bad when I see it. And there's chasms a lot of times. There's levels of bad, right? It's like Hades. What is the Greek mythology? There's 13 levels of hell, right? There's a lot of levels of losing. I play for the Detroit Lions, right? So for this, it's not that. There's a lot of opportunity. If the chasm was too big, I'd just be like, man, I hope we're doing a lot of beamer ball and we can throw every. Oh Lord Jesus, that's not it. There is a pathway. Again, A+ game from South Carolina, A+ game from Ole Miss. Do I think it's a win? Probably not. But A+ game from A game from South Carolina and the B+ game from Ole Miss, there's definitely a pathway from there, and there's a lot of different iterations. Yeah. But the biggest thing is also, too, that offense can really get going. So, again, the thing about Lane, he's got a lot of coach, comes from a son of a coach, all of that, but at the end of the day, he's a play caller. And I think Preston touched on it really good this morning. We're like, you just get them frustrated enough, they're going to start doing some wild things. And Trinidad Chambers himself, being kind of the de facto Little Lane on the field, his completion percentage is only like 40%, 50%. So there's opportunities right there. But we got to play the game the right way and put the pressure on them to do some things that are out of their character.
Well, and that was the thing from last week. I mean, they had Ty Simpson, I think frustrated, almost all afternoon. I mean, a few 3-and-outs, and Bama has not been a great rush team anyway. But South Carolina, I think, held Alabama in total to about 3 yards per carry. That's solid, but we know that Kejuan Lacey is a much better back, maybe the best back in the conference. He and Hardy at Mizzou right now, Langston. So, taking what you were able to do against Alabama, and then knowing this is a different offense, and I'll ask almost again, what does that look like to you from a player perspective? But more importantly, to your point, frustration. I felt like that was a huge part of last week, and can you? Yes, that's a lot about how you're playing, but is there an extra element that you can put into that mix of frustration when you're in a game like this?
When you mean the extra element of frustration, you mean?
Well, I mean, I don't know if it's like running. I don't know if it's running your mouth or something like that. But I mean, just when you feel like, hey, this is working. How do you put your foot on the gas even harder when it comes to just knowing, all right, we've got them off balance now. Let's keep that going.
Yeah, you got to go out there and execute because, again, nothing is the cycle of competency. It's the cycle of how you build up any confidence, okay? Langston gets up in the morning and does something right, and then he does something right again later on in the day, and man, lo and behold, it's a good day. And now, again, life is not linear, and nowhere is a football game because you can go out there and, hurt yourself on warm-ups and all type of crazy stuff. You get pink eye like Tua right before the game. Might seem like doom and gloom. Might be the best thing that ever happened to you. Who knows what's going to happen? But like you said, going out there and executing, and it's the one thing I know about all these kids, they've all been supremely confident at some point, and they've all been high achievers at some point in their life. That's why they're in the building, why they're in the room. I mean, there was no other reason for you to be here and still be here. I mean, So the point is, you got to tap into that. You got to tap back into, not to get all any given Sunday. Take it back to the street ball and mama's ringing the dinner bell. It's none of that stuff. But man, execution breeds confidence. And again, as Lou Holtz used to say, and this is why he was such a harper on like going on the road and winning these games, because you get kind of a 2-for-1 with this deal. And so again, if you did it this time, lo and behold, you can do it next week. But again, you got to take care of that. And it starts with toughness. It starts with tackling. It starts with all the stuff that really doesn't take any talent. It just takes a lot of want to, and it takes a lot of, I want to come into your yard and take your basketball and play 21 on you and rough you up in front of your little sister, man. And I'm going to say something to her the next time we at the bus stop, like, your brother, you know what I'm saying? Now, again, I might be the worst on the field, but just in that backyard that day, that's what reigns supreme. And that's what I think is the biggest thing. The next thing for this team, we got talent, we got all that. It's just the attitude, and like we talked about with Travian not being there, and trying to figure out some things with Shane. With Sean Elliott, and just trying to like that. I think that's just been the invisible thing you're trying to figure out. But they all got it. It's just maybe a little bit dormant. You got to tap into it. But one other thing too, Shane is 13-4 in like going into November. So luckily. Fingers crossed, all these things keep rolling well for us.
All right, 2 questions for you. First of all, I want to rewind. All right, talking about the 13 levels of hell. What was that 0-16 season with the Lions? What level of hell was that?
First one was the game at Minnesota, where Adrian Peterson himself put up like 250 yards, and they just not to even mention that was the Jared Allen Orlowski game. Let's see what else is there. Some other hells out there. Wow. It's just iteration after iteration where it's just injury. Everything that seems to go bad will go bad, and that's kind of what happened in that instance. But again, that's totally not what this is right here. I mean, there's just been a lot of miscues not doing the little things. But yeah, I need to write that Greek mythology tragedy right there.
Absolutely.
NFL hell.
The second question for you, really fast. We heard this recently. I don't know if it was a Boaz Stanley, Casey Henry. One of them was saying that the offensive line, and they were better last week. You got to get a lot better, but you did improve. But they said we got to play meaner. Now, when you hear an offensive lineman say roughly halfway through a season, we got to play meaner, is that a red flag?
To me, it is, and I saw Boaz give a little dirtbag activity out there. Shout out Nashawn Goddard for coining that. I know dirtbag activity from offensive linemen when I see it. It's when they drag a lot of things across you and you're laying on the ground like, man, I thought the play was over. But yeah, that's kind of to me. That's kind of like that's interesting. Like one, you don't want to put that out there to the ether so somebody else can kind of question that, what's going on around it. I mean, I think there's enough on tape with like certain instances, certain things where, fishermen recognize fishermen. Like I see as a football player, certain things like, I don't really like that. If that was my team, I'd be addressing that, this guy doing this thing and that thing. But again, what's important, and a lot of it takes the lead from your head coach. So hearing that a couple weeks ago from Boaz, especially a guy who's an older guy who's damn near a man, who's getting ready to be out here on the street here soon, fighting for an NFL job or trying to figure out something, what he wants to do, just being alive and a human. Hearing that, I was like, I didn't want to hear from that guy because, again, if anything, I just want a grown old man to come up in here, got a little NIL money to start busting people up for no other reason, because this is what you can do. I'm just telling you, Terry, you know how great it is to just go out there and just go harder and just crush a man. Just, oh, man, let me get a piece of you. Oh, there's a pile in there. Let me just drive my knee into the back of your neck. Oh, you trying to get me? You can't get me. You can't do that in real life, man. You just got to give out candy and smile at kids. And when a kid comes up to you tonight, it's like, I don't like Snicker bars. You're like... You're lucky we're not at Paul Brown Field, sir, where I could just Peter roll you. That's
wait a minute. You can't power bomb a kid on your porch. That's illegal.
Oh no, I think there's something like stand your ground laws or something like that. So he stepped on my property first, but somehow I'm inviting him with the candy, and then there's minor rules and things like that. So I think it gets all convoluted, man. I think it gets all.
Why do I feel like at Paul Brown Field there'll be a Snickers, but it'll have like two Ks, right? It'll be the knockoff brand.
Oh man, one of my favorite things from Everybody Hates Chris. My dad just buys all the off-brand candy, the N and N's, Mickers, Snickers with an M, So that's
more to do with Mr. Moore on the other side of the break. Friday Halloween post-game show.
All right, real quick, on this day, at some point in the past, Albert Bell on Halloween chased a bunch of kids with his car. There you go. There's your vault. Excited about that
Terry.
one? Remember
yes,
that?
Well, excited. I don't know about excited. I don't really wish harm to children.
Al had anger management issues.
That's one way to put it. Langston Moore does not have that. In fact, Langston Moore is terrific around your children.
That's right.
And here's how
children.
Lot of kids.
Here's what you can do, in fact, to have that proven to you and other children. You can go to athletesandartists.net. There, you find out about the Just a Chicken series of books. And now that we're getting towards the holiday season, like already at the Moore House, Just a Chicken Little, used to was a Rooster. These are great gifts for that young Gamecock or just young reader, period, in your life. Some swag is there as well, and opportunities for you to get Langston and our own Coach P. Preston Thorne into a school or other engagement near you. So check out athletesandartists.net. All right. We were talking earlier. Terry said that we might have a phone connection problem if you said no to this, but I can't remember if we've ever asked you this. But Mounds and Almond Joy, coconut. Now you grew up in Charleston.
Man.
So no, okay, that's a no. You don't like coconut.
No, Jay. And this is going to tie in really beautifully. And this just shows you just there's growth in life. Because I heard Preston and Elijah talking about it this morning. I ride with Preston all here, there, everywhere, to every event, and he's confessed his love on the road between like Socastee and James Island. Like, man, I just really love. I'm like, just pull over, get something to eat if we hungry, man. You don't have to tell me how much you love chocolate and coconut. And again, when I was young, my mom, I thought it was a strategy. Because again, smart by my mom, right? She was a school teacher. I thought she was always buying the candies like these things because I hated them because. Anything else, I'm tearing it up. Mr. Good Bar, I don't even like these things. Heath Bar, what's in this? I'm eating it all. But the coconut stuff, as I've gotten older, Jay, I love them. And Jay, there's a place that there's a place you put now. Mounds can go. You gotta have some.
You gotta have the almond. I'm with you. I'm with you.
Yeah. You gotta have the almonds in there. Let me get tossed up by the kids. But Jay. You put me onto this place called Founding Farmers in D.C. They make their own candy. Everything is farm, and one of the best candies they have is their version of the Mounds or the Almond Joys that they make. Farm to table. Jay, I'm just telling you, you did this to me. You turned me into this animal.
Founding Farmers is amazing. And Terry, I don't know if you've ever been. Now that Terry's kid is going to school in D.C. as well, so y'all both have kids at school in D.C. Terry, y'all got to go to Founding Farmers. I'm telling you, they got like 3 locations. We go to the one in Foggy Bottom, but it's dynamite, man. I love that. Everything they do is fantastic. So good call. Langston Moore's favorite candy before you could drive. Let's put it that way. Before you could drive. When you were out on Halloween, what was it?
Yeah. Butterfingers, me and Bart Simpson, man. I don't know if the marketing got me. You know, again, Terry, it's a 2-for-1. You eat it once, then it gets stuck in your teeth, and you go back. That's a second meal right there, brother.
It's like 2. It's having 2 of them. You nailed it.
Chico stick, somehow it doesn't work as well with the Chico. Like, I think it's the chocolate, all of that stuff works together. It doesn't work as well with the Chico stick, but a Butterfingers, yeah.
Nice call, man.
Yeah, I do like a Chico stick too. That's they got those at the Mass General. Like, you can't hardly find them. They still got them at the Mass General.
Highly underrated.
Yeah.
Highly underrated. A lot of value for the buck, too. A lot of big value for that Chico stick buck.
All right. Real quick here, I'm going to be selfish. Why are my Broncos underdogs in Houston this weekend?
That's a good question. I think this might be like a gambling kind of trap thing. And, I mean, there is no reason to doubt the Broncos here away from Denver. There's always kind of advantage for them out there, but Sean Payton, he has got his clone out there. He's got his next Drew Brees. He's got everything besides a stellar defense. Unless you guys got an injury bug that I'm not aware of, I just feel like the pathway is very clear for y'all until you meet these new versions of the Kansas City Chiefs who's got everybody.
Well, Surtain is out, I think. I think they listed him as questionable, so
he's
I'm not
most likely going to be out, yeah.
I don't think he's going to play. I think
your defensive line, though, it's still heads and, again, I'm always a big being the defensive line, but it doesn't really kind of matter who you have in the back end. As long as you got the front deal and tying this all back to South Carolina, there's opportunities for us to get some things in the front end offensively, they're kind of porous on the back end in Ole Miss. So if we can block them up, there's going to be some opportunities for us out there. And we've been saying Nick Harper for forever.
I got about 30 seconds for you. You talk to any of your LSU buddies? Are they okay? Or they're like, oh man, this is what we do.
See, Andrew Whitworth is still on the NFL deal, so he doesn't need any sympathy. So like all of these guys, Ryan, like try me a river, man. They all gonna figure it out. Again, it's between the oil refineries and Baton Rouge and all these guys are gonna figure it out. Hopefully they do the right thing and just muddy up all the waters, which they've already done already. But with the candidate pool, it's going to be really interesting to see what happens, especially with the firing of Scott Woodward today.
Have fun on Halloween. Congratulations on the Christmas tree already being up. Very impressive. Very impressive.
No. That's not impressive because women are going to look at their husbands and boyfriends. Why don't we have our Christmas tree up like Langston? Yeah.
Why can't you write a book and put your Christmas tree up early like Langston? Right?
Maybe we'll be doing that around here too. Athletessandartists.net. Remove the chains to follow Langston on Twitter. Happy Halloween, man. We'll talk to you next week. Appreciate you.
Man. Appreciate you, dude. All right.
That's our great friend Langston Moore. Hour 2 of the postgame show coming up. Are we already saying Merry Christmas? Ready to help you out. Speaking of the holidays, they're almost here. I mean, heck, by the time November starts, doesn't it feel like the holidays? Let's face it. We will go, if you're in a store today, there's Halloween stuff. By the time you get to that same store tomorrow, it'll be all Christmas stuff, right? But now's a great time to call Integrated Media, get ahead of the holiday rush, get ahead of that playoff rush, both the college and professional playoffs. The pro basketball season well underway. College basketball starting here in just like a week or so. I mean, we're there, y'all. We're there. Y'all, your parades and your holiday shows and your movies, you got to get all that in. Get it done now. And you can also get Wi-Fi that is built for the home, commercial grade, made for you. Maybe this holiday season you're getting a lot more gaming and streaming. Make sure it's all working together. 803-948-8327. Nobody better when it comes to home theater than my good friends at Integrated Media.
Yeah, we need to play winning football, meaning that we don't beat ourselves. Our last road game was when we went down to Baton Rouge, had way too many pre-snap penalties. We can't do that and expect to win the game. And then I think, certainly third down is going to be key, us staying on the field offensively and getting off the field defensively. And then every game in the SEC, it's a close game. It comes down to the fourth quarter. When this thing gets to the fourth quarter on Saturday night, that's when we need to be at our best, and we need to find a way to finish the game, which is not what we did on Saturday.
Shane Beamer giving his keys to the game here on the postgame show. Jay Phillips, Terry Ford here on the game, Columbia, Florence, Myrtle Beach, and Charleston. I'll add one more to that, Jay. We brought it up in the first riff of the hour. Score touchdowns when you get inside the opponent's 40. Touchdowns.
Yeah, and I think, look, we keep, I guess we've been banging this same drum for so long now, and I know it gets frustrating, but Shane just touched on it. Don't beat yourself. Mm-hmm. Don't beat yourself. And if you stop those things, what better opportunities do you have to get down lower and to not have to kick those field goals, Terry? Because instead of again, the 3rd and 3, it's 3rd and 8, or if it's 3rd and 5, it's 3rd and 10. I'm not going to sit here and do the math for everybody. Everybody understands what we're talking about in those situations. But, I need to see that. I need to see these guys get out there and believe that they can finish their drives. And I don't know how much last week really takes us into finishing those drives, because you only scored 22 points, right?
Right.
So it's not like you were setting the world on fire last week. What was happening is that your defense was giving you opportunities, and you're going to need to lean on them again. But I just do not see, like you mentioned earlier, I do not see less than 30 points winning this game unless both of these teams are turning the ball over at a much higher rate than normal. And I'm not anticipating that for tomorrow night anyway. You really can't go into a game feeling that way. But yeah, if you can stop beating yourself first, I like the opportunity tomorrow night. I did predict a Mississippi victory, so I'll go ahead and tell everybody that. I'm not here to say, I think Carolina's going to win. I don't, because I think this Ole Miss team is really good. I think this year they have not had a game like they did last season when they lost to Kentucky. I almost feel like when they lost to Kentucky last season, Terry, that's the last time they've had a game like that. I don't directly equate the loss to Kentucky last season with the loss to Florida last season. I just don't. For one thing, you lost at home to Kentucky last season if you're Ole Miss because you sleptwalked through it. When you got beat by Florida, you should have beaten Florida because you're better than them. But I wasn't surprised they went to Gainesville and lost. Not with the way Florida was playing in the moment. This year, we haven't seen Mississippi look that way at all. So South Carolina is going to have to be the team that affects Mississippi in a way that maybe they just haven't been affected so far this season. And with the confidence that Chambliss and Lacey are playing with, that's a big ask. It's not impossible, but that's a big ask. But I'll come back to it. Number one thing, in every game for South Carolina, do not beat yourself first.
No, and look, last week, and when you talk to guys like Ryan Brewer or Preston or, Langston, and you have these conversations about, okay, how do you come back from walking off the field losing a game that you should have won, that you were the better team for 60 minutes if you look at it in totality, but the scoreboard says you weren't. And they all have given us different answers. But the one positive, like for an example, you can take from is Ty Simpson, who was playing arguably the best quarterback in the country, the best quarterbacking in the country going into last Saturday. Ty Simpson had some struggles, whether it was coverage, pressure, just South Carolina getting him off rhythm, whatever the case. For an example, Jay, Ty Simpson in throws of 20-plus yards, which he has been really good this year, 1 of 8 on Saturday. A real struggle. So if you can take that confidence in what you did, and again, look, Ty Simpson moves better than you think, but he's not Trinidad Chambliss when old Trinidad takes off. Let's just be fair here. But if you can take the confidence that you took in getting the Alabama passing game off rhythm for a good chunk of that football game, take it into this game against Ole Miss. Now, again, Ole Miss runs the ball much better than Bama. Our boy Lacey's he's a dude, the Ole Miss running back. But if you can take that confidence as a defense where you gave up really one legit touchdown in that football game. And maybe you go in with confidence. Maybe you can make something happen early, Jay. Maybe you force a turnover, even though Lane's not going on fourth down like he usually does, maybe you stuff him on a fourth and short. Something where you get the juices going early to get you going on the road and to kind of take the home crowd out. And maybe that's part of this thing, too.
Yeah. I know we wanted to talk about November, and we'll come back around to that one, Terry. But I tell you what, since we just kind of hit it on it, let's get number 12 on today's list, please, sir. This is Shane from Carolina Calls last night on some of the things we're talking about with Langston and here, and picking yourself back up off the mat after a game that you know you really had in your grasp.
Yeah, thank you, Hampton. Appreciate you tuning in last weekend, and appreciate the calls each week. Yeah, that was I'd be lying to you if I said that wasn't a gut-wrenching, heartbreaking loss, just the way we lost to control the game like we did. And give credit to Alabama. They made the plays in the last 5 minutes of the game to win it, and really disappointing for us to not be able to finish that game. But what do? You go right back to work. You come in on Sunday and pick yourself up, and there's disappointments that happen in life, and Saturday was a really disappointing day, but you come in on Sunday and you pick yourself up and you get right back to work. There's no other option, and you just gotta get moving, and that's what we did. We got moving. We learned from that game, just like we do after a win. You learn from it, the good and the bad, which there is in every game, and try and correct the things that kept us from winning on Saturday, where we can make those plays this Saturday night in Oxford in regards to their offense. I mean, yet they're a challenge. They put a lot of pressure on defenses. So we've got to play well on defense. We've got to make plays, individual players, and then really offensively, we've got to do a great job, very much like we did against Alabama. I think I said it on this show last Thursday, going into the Alabama game last week, their last 4 games that they had all won those, their time of possession was anywhere from like 32 minutes to 38 minutes, and we had the ball for 20 minutes in the first half, and that's what you got to do. You got to stay on the field. You got to convert third downs. You got to convert fourth downs, which we converted some of those in the game, and it'll be no different on Saturday night. We've got to stay on the field. We've got to be efficient offensively, and be able to convert on third downs when they come up, and then when our defense is on the field, they got to make plays. We got to get takeaways, and we got to get ourselves off the field.
All right, Terry, there's a roadmap. Again, I love that stat that you had the ball for 2/3 of the first half. So you can now, as a coach, whether it's Shane or Shula or whomever, hey, boys, we did it, and we did it against a really good defense. We can do this. You can do this. Understand what you did right. Go do it again. Easier said than done, obviously, especially on the road. But there's a pathway, and there's evidence to suggest that this team got a little bit better about this last week. Now, to your point, go finish the drive. To Shane's point, go finish the drive. Get some more points on the board, because once again, low 20s isn't going to win this game tomorrow night.
Yeah, that's the thing about this tilt is Ole Miss on offense is just really good, and they're going to. I mean, look, I know Alabama has wide receivers who are going to play on Sunday if Ryan Williams can quit dropping the ball. Those guys are going to play. Bernard and Williams will be NFL wide receivers in some shape or form. But Ole Miss, I mean, they can run it. They still throw it well. Chambliss has been on a year-long heater except for the fourth quarter against Georgia. Offensive line has been solid. I mean, this is a different level offense because of the way they attack you in so many different ways. And look, no offense to Ryan Grubb and Kalen DeBoer. Those guys are really good with offense. But Lane Kiffin and Charlie Weiss Jr., they take this stuff even to another level. And the other part of this is, Jay, you got to tackle. If you start missing tackles in this game, Lane will just turn and give the ball to Lacey 30 times. And those wide receivers, if you miss a tackle on those guys, they can take it to the house. So you can't miss tackles on Saturday against Ole Miss.
No, and I think that's something that we have seen this team struggle with in a couple of ball games, and again, finding ways for those self-corrected things, the things that you can self-correct to get done, easier said than done, but we've got to see it a little bit more often. And Terry, one more here, because I want to use the next segment to come back with the November cut. Number 7, this is a quick one from Shane last night on Lenora Sellers and how he has responded so far this week.
Yeah, Lenoris is fine. He gave us an opportunity to win, and he made so many plays throughout the game with his legs and his arm, and nobody, feels worse about that fumble than he does. And it would be one thing if he had been carrying the ball throughout the game with poor ball security. We've been on him because at times he hasn't carried it the right way. But you go back and watch all of his plays where he carried the ball on Saturday, he's carrying it the right way. And on that play, he was too. The guy just did a nice job, and he continued to fight and compete for extra yardage, and it happened. But he's been good, responded the right way, and those guys around him have also.
So, I mean, Terry, again, saying the right things there. We'll see, the response tomorrow night. I do wonder how much more, if he can even get there, how much more hungry Lenoris is tomorrow night in a big-time game against a big-time team. I mean, we can talk about what Deese do and Brian might be able to do on the defensive side against a big offense, but same thing goes for Lenoris. Man, I want one more play to give my team an opportunity, and that's why I come back to one of my big keys today. Let Lenoris be Lenoris. How much does Lenoris really want to go out tomorrow night and be Lenoris?
Yeah, and look, we've been screaming about this all year. I mean, we could have just recorded our September riff and just played it all year, right? Let Lenoris be Lenoris. Let Lenoris cook. Let Lenoris this. Let Lenoris that. He's the best player on the offense. He's the best player on the field. Give him. And last week, besides the Kentucky game, last week was the game where it really seemed like there was a goal to get him to affect the game, both running and passing, right? I mean, his usage rate, remember, we always say the sweet spot is 70 to 75% at the least. And he hit that easy, even over it. He was very, very involved with the ball in his hands, both running it and throwing it. And you just got to keep doing that, Jay. Heck, keep doing it more, because he's the key to this whole thing. And, again, we'll circle back, 22 points. Nobody's giving you a party, right? It's 22 points. But that offense, just by the eye test, was the best we've seen it against a legitimate football team. It just was. Hopefully they can build upon it. Maybe, I mean, God forbid, Jay, maybe we'll see 30 points. I don't know. That's crazy. I know it's crazy talk. I'm drunk. It's Halloween.
Well, I mean, and to come back to the point about time of possession, Shane makes a great point there, and we can, and I'll maybe pull back a little bit on what I'm saying here about this game tomorrow night. I still kind of hold to it in principle, but if South Carolina has the football, Terry, you know who doesn't have the football?
Who would that be, Jay?
Yeah, so, I mean, and I look, I kid a little bit to make that point there, and I'm not breaking any news when I talk about something like that, but again, you've now got a blueprint. You've now got evidence. You've now got something to support them and to give them confidence. Like, hey, Alabama's got a really good defense, boys, and y'all had the ball. You were able to continue to possess the ball. Do that again, and let's see what happens. So we'll come back around. On the other side, Langston touched on it when he was with us last hour, but Shane does have a really good record inside this program in the month of November. Shane spoke on that during Carolina Calls last night. We'll let you hear what he thinks about it when the postgame show comes back. After one of those long, hard days at the office or at work, whatever it is that you do for a living, or just on one of those days when you just want to have a little extra relaxation, might be time to get out to Griffin Pools and Spas and see what they can do for you when it comes to their partnership with Bullfrog Spas. They've been working with Bullfrog for more than 15 years, and their customizable designs and superior hydrotherapy experience have earned them the trust and loyalty in the industry. Bullfrog has possibilities for all kinds of personalization, from choosing your jet configuration, that sounds fun, to selecting the perfect seating options. You create a unique spa tailored to your preferences and to your lifestyle. You can stop in and see them. They got a lot of these in the showroom, 1348 North Lake Drive, steps away from the dam, always online, griffinpoolsandspas.com.
Post-game show. Terry Ford, Jay Phillips, rolling through a football Friday, talking a ton of South Carolina as they roll into Ole Miss. 12.5-point dogs, right, Jay?
Down to 11.5 today.
11.5.
Down to 11.5. Yeah, so at least somebody out there thinks Carolina can cover the 12. So, down to 11.5.
You think
maybe it moves again tomorrow.
Damon Jones, Chauncey Billups?
Not going there, Terry. Not going there. I don't know.
I'm just kind of like,
maybe.
Just kind of like,
I think Terry. I think they're in federal custody right now.
You can't make your one phone call to. Saying.
How many guys have, right? Seriously, how many guys have in a who you calling? Your lawyer? Nah, man, I got a tip on a game. I'm calling my guy.
Call it Rocco. I gotta get my bet in.
Guy. I know this one's gonna pay off tonight, and I'm getting out of here. That's my bail money. Hey, speaking of which, real quick before we get back into this Shane thing, have you seen this story on Brian Schottenheimer? So apparently, early in the season. And this sounds terrible, but I guess they're okay. A couple of Brian Schottenheimer's dogs were bitten by snakes, but Dallas won. And so he was like, all right, hey, animals bit my animals. Apparently last night in the greater Dallas area, an owl, you heard me right, an owl made its way into the Schottenheimer's home.
What the hell is going on here?
I don't know. I don't know. But today he was talking before their game this weekend. He said, I can't say the word, Terry, to start it off. It starts with an S. But he says, bleep, I'll put an elephant in my freaking garage. I'll do that next. If that's what it takes to win, I'll do it. Well, he says, to your question, how did an owl get in your house? He said his son was doing some work outside and left their sliding door open. He says, I don't know if the owl was looking for the snakes or what was going on, but it's the story of a coach's wife. I'm in a game plan meeting last night doing red zone stuff, and I leave the meeting at 10 o'clock and I go back to my phone. I literally had 72 text messages on my phone. 72. He says, I'm a popular guy, so that's nothing abnormal, with laughter. But it literally started with a text from my son to his mother saying, there's a big hawk-sized bird in here. And I began to look down, and there was an owl. They called animal control. The owl was safely removed from the home and flew back outside. So all is good. But Halloween, superstitions. I wouldn't bring an elephant into your house.
How cool would that be? Elephants are
it might be
fun, man.
Oh, I would love to have an elephant. I mean, I've got a big backyard. I mean, I don't know if an elephant would be.
You
backyard.
Could fit an elephant in your backyard. Absolutely,
I could. No, I literally could. I'm not kidding with you. I mean, I do have a big backyard. I'm fortunate in that respect, but I don't think you can keep an elephant in this country. I don't think that's allowed, not unless you're a zoo.
Well, couldn't you have the Phillips Zoo? What was that movie with what was it? Matt Damon, where he bought a zoo, or he?
Yeah. I don't have
Phillips Zoo.
I don't have quite all that. I'll get Brewer to build the fence, and then we'll call and see if I can get an elephant.
You could absolutely have an elephant and a giraffe.
Yeah, I'll rent one.
Absolutely.
I'll rent one. Maybe they like you can rent goats, to like cut your grass. I'll rent an elephant.
How cool! Just let a goat just go have at your backyard.
I would love to. Yeah, in fact, listen. No. There's a family down the street from us, and they like once a month, man. If you ride by the right time, they got 2 goats cutting their grass. I'm serious.
That's
Dead serious.
So good.
It's awesome. My girls were like, Dad, can we get a goat? I was like, well, your dogs wouldn't like it, but I'd be fine with it. But anyway, all right. Let's get back into some cuts from Shane here. Again, November has been very good to South Carolina under Shane Beamer. The coach was asked about that last night. Terry, you have that cut. Let's hear what Shane thinks in terms of why that is.
All right. November. Help me out.
Number 10.
10. There
Number
we go.
10.
Yeah, that's a great stat. We certainly need to keep that going for sure. I'd love to say that we're now 17-4 in November after the next 4 weeks. That would be pretty amazing. I think it's a handful of things. One, we emphasize it. I mean, I can remember being a graduate assistant at Tennessee for Philip Fulmer back in the early 2000s, and he had a sign up in the locker room. They remember November, and that's always stuck with me, and a lot of coaches use it. But it's something that we talk about because certainly, last year at this exact same time, we were 5-3 I think the A&M game was a November game. I'm not sure, but okay. And then we went to Vanderbilt and won. I believe that was our 6th win at Vanderbilt that night. But my point to the team was we were 5-3 last year at this time, and then everybody talks about that 2024 team, and it's because of what we did in November. And whether if we were 8-0 or 3-5 right now, you're going to be remembered by what you do in this last month, because that's when everyone separates themselves in so many ways. So we emphasize it. Why we've been good, I think credit goes back to the way we practice, the way we develop our players, where they get better as the year goes. When we, in practice, we don't do just all scout team stuff throughout the day. You've been out there. Tommy's out there all the time. We do a lot of good on good, and that makes guys get better, not just the starters, but everyone on your team that you're developing. Even the guys that are redshirting, they're continuing to get better each week.
So, Terry, look, does it get replicated this season? As a fan, you need to hope so. When you look at what you've got ahead of you, and I'll double check for everybody real quick. I don't know if South Carolina is still the computer favorite as we speak to win the Clemson game, but if I'm not mistaken, certainly you're heavy underdogs this week and next week on the road. Next game, at least, on the off next week, but the next game at A&M. Carolina heavily favored to beat Coastal, and the Clemson game's a toss-up anyway in that respect. So, can you find it again? You showed some signs of life that were not there maybe previously last week. You just got to find a way to build on it. I mean, easier said than done. Sounds cliche, all those kind of things, but there is a track record. Like I told you, even for looking at last week as a microcosm, or looking at that 13-4 in November overall, there is factual evidence to support what Shane is telling his guys. Now you got to go do something with it.
Yeah, and, going to that Clemson game real quick, right now South Carolina is a 55.3% favorite to win at home over Clemson. So you're favored in the last two games, even though, obviously, when Clemson and South Carolina get together, forget all that stuff. They're not playing the game through an analytics computer. But you're going to be favored the last two games most likely, but you're not, and you're going to be a huge underdog at College Station. Huge.
Yeah. So we'll see where that one goes. All right, speaking of College Station, they don't play this weekend, actually, but we'll come back on the other side. Again, it's Friday, so we'll take an early drive around the SEC. Did the mess in Baton Rouge get even messier again?
Yes.
Last night?
Yes.
Looks like it, and we'll go over the big games. Once again, this weekend, the only ranked versus ranked games in America are games inside the Southeastern Conference. Drive around the SEC is next.
Men, we talk about this all the time. You're just not feeling right. You're getting older. And, you're not want to tell anybody or talk about it. Or because, again, we're guys. We don't talk about stuff. We're past all that, right? Sure. Well, Dr. Dan and the staff say, look, if you are just, you got no life drive, personal, professional, sexual, whatever, you just don't feel right in the gym, you're weaker, you're not recovering, you don't sleep. You can't remember things like you used to. Your mind used to be a steel trap, and now you got to, write down your address to make sure you get home. If all these things are going on, it might just be low testosterone, and the one way to find out is to set up a trip to the men's clinic. You go, you tell them your story. If they think it could be low T, they'll do lab work. If it comes back low testosterone, they will put you in a program to get you feeling like you again. 803-875-MENS. Make that call. Men's Clinic of South Carolina. All right, we have a few accidents to get to right now. Right lane is blocked with an accident, I-20 eastbound before Clemson Road, exit 80. Bull Street near Elmwood Avenue, an accident. Also Hardscrabble Road at Farrow Road, Monticello Road, Highway 215 at I-20. Two Notch Road at Sparkleberry Lane, Universal Drive at Garner's Ferry Road. Those are the accidents. Also, we have our normal, typical road construction. I-126 between Hugie and I-26. I-26 between Bush River Road and Old Sandy Run Road, and I-20 between I-26, exit 64 and 65. We will come back at early drive around the SEC. LSU just gets nuttier and nuttier. We believe the AD is now Jerry Springer. That's coming back next here on the post-game show on the game. I get our drive around the SEC a little early because of the wild card showdown. We got our correspondent at the SEC offices, Jay Phillips, to give us the lowdown on what's happening in the Southeastern Conference. Are you hanging out with Greg? You and Greg boys? You hanging out there?
I do wonder how Greg Sankey is reacting to what he's watching in Baton Rouge. Because again, in fact, I was talking. One of my very best friends, Terry, went to Auburn. And remember, he was a student journalist when Pat Dye had to leave and Auburn got popped for some violations back in the day. And I've always felt like LSU and Auburn are just different when it comes to meddling. And he, as an Auburn graduate and current fan, completely agrees. But we were saying today and talking about this LSU story, I was like, man, what Auburn is when it comes to meddling is basically like a Boy Scout jamboree compared to what's going on with LSU.
It's just, no doubt.
It's crazy. If y'all haven't heard, LSU's AD, Scott Woodward, a graduate of LSU, a former political operative in Baton Rouge, and a very successful athletics director. Look, I can't blame Scott. I can blame Scott Woodward for, in some ways putting the contract together. But remember, Terry, and I don't know Scott Woodward. I've never met Scott Woodward. He doesn't need me to defend him. But an athletics director does the legwork. But the athletics director does not have final authority for a state university when it comes to approval of contract terms. Right. That goes to the president, and that goes to the board. Mm-hmm. And the school has attorneys to vet every single sentence of a coaching contract. So, in a lot of cases, ADs become the fall guy. And they get it. They know what they sign up for.
Sure.
But Scott Woodward is out. After having hired Brian Kelly, which, again, was a terrific hire at the time. I don't think anybody really disputes that. He's hired Jay Johnson, who's won him 2 national championships in baseball. Newsflash, baseball, big deal down there. And he's hired Kim Mulkey, who has delivered a national championship in women's basketball. All of this in a 6-year tenure for Scott after he left A&M as AD to come to Baton Rouge.
You know what's sad about it, Jay, and you're right, on everything, the board of trustees, presidents, all these other folks, attorneys, they handle the contract and the money, and they can say no, we're not doing that contract. So I want to put a real quick pin in that for a second. And that's the reality of this. He hired the baseball coach who won multiple national titles. Kim Mulkey won a national title. but they'll trade all that in for football national titles in a heartbeat. And not, even though they do love baseball, just like this, Matt McMahon, the LSU basketball coach, that's been underwhelming. His time in Baton Rouge, and he's probably on a hot seat as well. But again, the big thing is football. And look, the Brian Kelly hire was smart. Let's just get that out of the way. You brought a guy in, and almost the entire world thought, you bring this dude in and give him the resources at LSU that he didn't have at Notre Dame, and he is going to crush it. And look, he still averaged 9 wins a year, Jay. He just didn't win national championships or make the playoffs. So this bleeping program ain't 1-11, dude. And
no, it's not.
It's just. So I guess what I look at is I understand it. Brian Kelly's a miserable human being. He didn't handle last weekend well, and that was the last part of the Jenga game, and everything fell, and Kelly gets fired. And a lot of that's on Kelly. But at the end of the day, this governor, and I'm going to be nice because I'm older. I'm not going to be the younger version of me and probably get fined by the FCC for what I want to say about this guy. But this dude's meddling and heavy-handedness and just shooting his mouth off without a filter, and which causes the AD to go away. All these things that are going on by this guy's worse than all this. Because
absolutely.
He's made this
and not just without
crazy.
A filter, Terry. Again, what he said was just factually incorrect. That's the bit to me. That's the biggest problem.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like the things he was saying was factually incorrect about a lot of this. But anyway, so Scott Woodward is out, but don't feel too badly for Scott. 2 reasons why. Number one, he walks away with the remainder of his salary, which is $6.3 million. And Scott Woodward is a successful athletics director. He'll get a good job.
Oh,
I promise y'all.
Yeah.
He's going to get another big-time Power 4 job. Maybe he takes a year off and enjoys his $6.3 million. But I would. But he'll get a job again soon. Now, Verge Osbury becomes the interim athletics director. He is a former LSU football player. He's been on staff in the athletics department for 24 years and has been associated with the school in some capacity for nearly 30 years. He spoke today along with Scott Ballard, the chairman of their board, and they had to walk a lot of things back that the governor said, especially when it came, as I said, to the governor being factually incorrect about who's on the hook for these buyouts. LSU, the LSU athletics department, and as most of you know who listen and are big college football fans and college sports fans, at this level, the state, at least when it's a public school, the state is not the one footing that bill. The governor was just wrong about that, and it's unfortunate because he probably got a lot of his constituents to believe otherwise.
Right.
I'll say this. He even had Terry and I were talking, and this isn't to disparage someone in our own business, but you might have heard one of those CBS Sports Minutes last hour, and I forget the guy, but those guys are all in New York City, and they really don't follow college sports. You've even got a guy like that perpetuating that myth. And I told Terry, that's unfortunate. But you had a national reporter saying, boy, if the state is on the hook for that, and now they added $6 million, that's even more to the taxpayers. Well, no, there's no taxpayer liability here when it comes to these buyouts. But they said today, our job is to go get the best coach, blah, blah, blah. The thing is, they don't even have a president. They're supposed to choose their new president from the finalists on Tuesday. So they're already hiring, or at least getting the ball rolling in terms of contacting agents and engaging interest, Terry. You may well be trying to get the interest of a new head coach who doesn't even know who his boss is going to be, both his AD boss and his presidential boss. I mean, what a mess someone is going to walk into.
And look, the other thing about the governor, not only was he not speaking truthful about who's paying for this, but then he made up this cockamamie conspiracy theory. I put my tinfoil helmet on about, Scott Woodward, the AD, Jimbo Fisher, and, Brian Kelly all having the same agent, which was a load of fertilizer.
Yes, right.
This guy, is this how he won election? Just making up stuff?
I don't know, man.
I am... This guy.
I don't. But this is why. Wow. This is why you just if you're the governor, and you don't know what you're talking about, the best thing to do. That's just why I say about having worked in politics many times. The best advice to a politician who is uninformed is to say nothing. When you're asked about it, you go, "Hey, I hope they go get the right guy. I love the Tigers. That's all. That's not my job. That's not my department.
I'm the governor. Yes. I've got a lot more important things to do.
He puts on his duck hunting waders and gets hip deep into the whole daggum thing, man. And doesn't know what the hell he's talking about.
Oh, that's a great mental picture. My boy with his waders.
Anyway, we got games this weekend. Vandy at Texas. That line has moved up, Terry. Now it's Texas minus 3.5. Again, I'd love to see Vandy win. I'm not pulling for or against anybody in that game. The Vandy story is what I'm pulling for, but I do expect Texas to win that game tomorrow. And the cocktail party has remained steady all week. Georgia minus 7.5. The other ranked versus ranked game, Vandy, Texas being one, is Oklahoma at Tennessee. I'm torn on this one. I think that Tennessee is a pretty good favorite on the computer as well, but there's something about Oklahoma's defense that I like going to Knoxville tomorrow night.
I just feel if this game was in Norman, I'd pick Oklahoma. It's in Knoxville, so I'll lean Tennessee, but honestly, nothing would surprise me. The Tennessee defense has not been very good. If Oklahoma get their offense cooking a little bit, to go with that defense, I mean, they could go in there and pull a quote-unquote upset, but that feels like one of those games, Jay. It depends on where it's being played, and it's in Knoxville, so I give Tennessee a slight edge. By the way, this is an elimination game for the college football playoff.
Agreed, 100%.
Mm-hmm.
100%. And I wonder if the Texas-Vandy game isn't either just because it might be hard for Vandy because they still got Tennessee in Knoxville on their schedule, so – that one could be too. And certainly, Georgia just needs to be careful. They're still very much alive, obviously, for the playoff. They only have one loss, but, Florida might come up and get you. You never know. That's the drive around the SEC, brought to you by Herndon Chevy. We'll see what Terry has for me in Jay or Nay on the other side. Don't realize it, but one of the nation's largest brick manufacturers is based right here in Columbia for nearly 90 years. U.S. Brick has been firing local clay in the Midlands. They supply the backbone for homes, for schools, all kinds of commercial projects locally and across the country. They've even got their products in places like Fort Knox and the Empire State Building. That's pretty cool. Today they're a national player, but they've stayed loyal to the home team, American-owned, family-run by Mikey Johnson and his crew, and they are privately held. They've also got plants now in Alabama, Indiana, and Tennessee as they grow their business, but they're the kind of people who still pick up the phone when you call them. We had a great time at their Exterior Design Center on UG Street a few weeks ago. You can step in there, see it, feel it, touch it, brick, stone, so many great ideas for you, for your contractor, for your architect. Get in there and see them. 300 UG Street, the great folks at US Brick.
We'll get to our Jay or Nay here in just a minute. It's a football Friday.
The first Jay or Nay question should be Jay or Nay. Will YouTube, Google, and Disney get off their butt so I can watch football tomorrow?
That'll be a Nay.
Yeah, I think it's going to
be. Yeah, I think it's going to be a Nay, friend. Sorry about that. Hate to break the news to you.
Disney's already telling me to sign up for other stuff.
Yeah, just give you a little heads up. I'd go, or you know, I know a guy who can come to your house and set you up with like probably 400 channels for free. Or really a case of beer.
Oh, for free?
For a case of beer.
Okay.
I know a guy.
Well, all right. Well,
I will have to check to see if he is out.
Okay.
I gotta make sure he's out. I think he is.
I think I know a guy too. I'm gonna call a guy and see what happens. see if I know another guy. You know, or I'm gonna go walk across to my neighbors and go distract them for 15 minutes and run a coax line off their cable.
Or this, ready? Why is Jay standing in our bushes holding a craft beer, watching our television?
Yeah, I know, right? Yeah.
That's not a creepy.
Well, we'll see.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I don't know how many of you have YouTube TV, but if you do, and you haven't been home today or watched TV today, if it's a Disney-owned network, channel, whatever, you don't have it right now. So your kids aren't watching Disney Channel. If you're a nature or history person, you're not watching National Geographic. You're not watching any ESPN channels, and whatever else they have, man. They got other channels. I don't know what. I don't know. They got a lot because it's Disney.
Yeah, they got a few. They own a few things.
Yeah. So yeah, but if it's Disney, ABC. I mean ABC. Gee whiz.
You're screwed.
So
you're screwed.
Yeah, you're.
All right.
All right. What do we got? Sorry, I didn't mean to do that.
That's okay.
Brought everybody down.
That's
now we got
thanks
game
a lot.
show music. So
thanks a lot, Jay. All right.
Well, it's not my fault.
World Series Game 6 tonight. Do the Toronto Blue Jays end it against Mr. Yamamoto, who has been phenomenal on the mound for the Dodgers?
I think Yamamoto's going to get it done again, man. I really do. He was brilliant the other day, and I think the Dodgers take this to 7. So your question is answered with a nay.
All right. The Miami Dolphins last night, there was a lot of booing going on at Hard Rock last night. The Dolphins whooped by the Ravens in Miami 28-6. The Dolphins, I mean, honestly, you should have played the Benny Hill theme every time the Dolphins had the ball. I mean, it was painful. They had like 200-some total yards in the first half, Jay, and 6 points. And then the Ravens just smacked them around in the second half. A lot of booing. Yep. So Miami decided what we're going to do is fire the general manager.
Yeah.
Chris Greer is out as the GM. but Mike McDaniel is still the head coach and will finish the season. Firing the GM and keeping the coach in this mess, Jay or nay?
I'm going to say Jay, and here's why. I know it's unconventional, but what that basically tells me is they are now in search of someone to bring in a new football philosophy long term. You may as well let McDaniel continue. In some ways, I think he's been good for Tua. You may as well let him finish it out. They're not going anywhere. And if they get hot, they get hot. Great. But to have somebody else on, I mean, here's the thing. There's so little belief in McDaniel. There's probably even less belief in hiring someone off his staff to become the interim head coach. So I get it. Because that's how the NFL works, man. The GM is the guy in charge. In the rare instances that you don't have a Belichick or like what Sean Payton is able to do in Denver. Even Sean doesn't have full control of personnel in Denver. But so I get it. Would I always go that way, Ter? No, but I get it. I get it.
To me, it says a couple other things too. It says, like you said, we need a new philosophy. And by the way, you, the GM, you built this roster, and we're not happy with that.
Yeah.
And at the end of the day, this new GM is going to hire the new head coach anyway.
Yes.
So
and you may as well go ahead and do it that way. Yeah.
Yeah, you're just basically going to back channel to see who's going to be, the guy you are going to interview, quote unquote, blindly. Once the season ends, and then you hire the GM, and at the end of the year you fire the head coach, and the GM and head coach come in together.
Yep.
That's pretty much going to be the spiel. I tell you, it's a shame. McDaniel, I liked him. I really did. And I thought he had that thing going. They made the playoffs a couple times, and then this thing just fell apart. But here's what I didn't feel as bad, Jay, when I saw him running off the field and reminded myself he wears man capris. So all of a sudden, I didn't feel as bad.
I think he's also pulling down solid 7 figures a year, so he'll be all right.
He's going to be okay.
He'll be all right.
Has Jay Phillips ever slapped on a pair of man capris?
I can't say I have, Tim. I can't. I cannot say that I have. I don't even own a pair of cargo shorts, so that's not even the same thing. So.
I'm just laughing, picturing you walking in here in man capris.
Well, you don't ever have to. You can picture it all you want. I can guarantee that it never is done in reality.
All right, 5 o'clock news coming up. Quick check on the traffic. We have accidents on your Friday afternoon. Bull Street near Elmwood Avenue, also Hardscrabble Road at Farrow Road. Highway 501 between Academy Drive and Wonderland Road, also I-20 eastbound before Clemson Road, that's exit 80. Monticello Road at I-20, 2 Notch at Sparkleberry, Universal Drive at Garner's Ferry. All right, time to get to the 5 o'clock news, sponsored by our Buds Integrated Media. Once again, we go to the 5 o'clock news desk. Our correspondent, Jay Phillips.
Which again, we need to build. I'm starting to get really excited about that.
How cool would that be?
Coming weeks.
You'll have to put on like the fake newsman glasses. Well, you use reading glasses, right?
Sometimes I do. Yeah.
You slap on your reading glasses. We'll get you the old school like AP copy, and have you like, sit there and get the big microphone like from the 1950s or 60s.
I'm here for it.
We'll put you in some man capris. Oh, it'd be awesome.
Well, you have a desk, Terry, so they can't see that part.
Maybe we'll have a man capri cam.
No, God.
Yeah.
we want people to stay with us.
Yes, probably wouldn't be a good idea right there.
No, let's not do that. Let's not do that.
What you got, my man?
Here's a couple of quick hits for you. One quick hit and one longer one. But first, here's Shane Beamer from last night as the Gamecocks get ready to take on Mississippi. 11.5-point underdogs to Carolina at this point. A 19.3% chance to win the game. Kickoff is scheduled for 7 o'clock-ish at Vaught-Hemingway Stadium. But a very quick hit from the head coach last night on the availability of some guys.
Jaden will not play this weekend. It's not long term. I would expect him back for Texas A&M here in a couple weeks. He won't be available this week. Buddy Mack won't be available this week, one of our core special teams players. But Mo is back, thankfully, and Nolan Hayes available also if needed.
So there you go. Buddy Mack out. Jaden Sellers out. And again, Case and Henry done for the season, according to Shane, at least by all accounts. Maybe a possibility later. We shall see. Meantime, Shane, also a longer cut here. Number 12, Terry Ford. This is Shane. Look, last week, we all know what happened, right? You had it, and then you didn't. How does he think his team is responding this week heading into tomorrow night's game?
Yeah, thank you, Hampton. Appreciate you tuning in last weekend and appreciate the calls each week. Yeah, that was I'd be lying to you if I said that wasn't a gut-wrenching, heartbreaking loss, just the way we lost to control the game like we did. And give credit to Alabama. They made the plays in the last 5 minutes of the game to win it, and really disappointing for us to not be able to finish that game. But what do? You go right back to work. You come in on Sunday and pick yourself up, and there's disappointments that happen in life, and Saturday was a really disappointing day, but you come in on Sunday and you pick yourself up and you get right back to work. There's no other option, and you just gotta get moving, and that's what we did. We got moving. We learned from that game, just like we do after a win. You learn from it, the good and the bad, which there is in every game, and try and correct the things that kept us from winning on Saturday, where we can make those plays this Saturday night in Oxford in regards to their offense. I mean, yet they're a challenge. They put a lot of pressure on defenses. So we've got to play well on defense. We've got to make plays, individual players, and then really offensively, we've got to do a great job, very much like we did against Alabama. I think I said it on this show last Thursday, going into the Alabama game last week, their last 4 games that they won, that they had all won those, their time of possession was anywhere from like 32 minutes to 38 minutes, and we had the ball for 20 minutes in the first half, and that's what you got to do. You got to stay on the field. You got to convert third downs. You got to convert fourth downs, which we converted some of those in the game, and it'll be no different on Saturday night. We've got to stay on the field. We've got to be efficient offensively and be able to convert on third downs when they come up, and then when our defense is on the field, they got to make plays. We got to get takeaways, and we got to get ourselves off the field.
Stay on the field is really one of the big keys. Again, let Lenoris be Lenoris. That's one that I've thrown in. Shane didn't say that. Again, we see some further creativity on offense. But, Terry, I'll come back to one of the points I made earlier in the show about that time of possession in the first half last week. Shane and Mike Shula have, factual evidence to point to. Boys, you can do this. You can control possession in a game like this against a team like this. You've done it. Now go do it again. But this time, to your point from earlier, Terry, finish the drive. You've got to score touchdowns. I think you and I have agreed, as probably have many of those listening to us today and others elsewhere, 22 points, very, very unlikely to win this game tomorrow night.
Yeah, that's massively unlikely to be the number. It just is, and Look, as good as Alabama has been, and they've been phenomenal since that opening loss to Florida State, their offense isn't quite what Ole Miss's is. And again, this game is on the road. Not that this is the most difficult place to play in the history of college football. Still, you're on the road. And Ole Miss has been very efficient and productive and explosive on offense. And you got two guys with big offensive brains in Kiffin and Weiss Jr. And if you look at Ole Miss's season real quick, Jay, and you look at game by game, they're not games where they're scoring 22 points, my friend.
Right.
They're just not. And you're going to have to, again, score touchdowns. You can't be kicking field goals. It's going to be interesting to see the strategy, Jay. When you get into these fourth and shorts, inside their territory. Remember, last week Shane was kicking some field goals. Are you going to get more aggressive because you have to score touchdowns? Ole Miss this year, let me throw you the least amount of points they've scored in a game.
Tell me.
24 against LSU in that 24-19 win, and 24 at home against Washington State. So twice this year they've scored 24. Besides that, everything's over 30.
So LSU, great defense, and Mississippi won the football game.
Mm-hmm.
And that Washington State game, again, I remember watching some of that game, and Ole Miss was, I want to be careful how I say this, but they were kind of toying with Washington State, I thought.
Yeah, Washington State 70th in defensive efficiency, so it's not like a juggernaut defensive squad. I think you're right. Well, they were kind of just
the Cougars came in, and early they were doing their best. Washington State, they were doing their best, but I think in the end, just too much. So I understand the reasons there.
But can I throw you something else real quick about that Washington State game? You know who was next on the schedule? A trip to Athens.
Was that the Georgia game? Yeah.
Trip to Athens, yes, and then a trip to Norman. That's what you had in back-to-back weeks before the Washington State during the Washington State week. Just saying.
Yeah. No, great point. Great point. We'll have more on the Gamecocks, more from Shane, and we'll have some Ole Miss analysis as well coming up for you, part of the Gamecock Notebook here in just a second. Meantime, a little bit more Gamecock news for you. South Carolina women's basketball beat North Carolina last night in an exhibition game over in Atlanta. Final score 91-82. Diana Koval tells us that all 9 Gamecocks who played last night scored, with 5 players finishing in double digits, and South Carolina was dominant in the paint, outscoring North Carolina 54-34. Tanai Latson last night had 19 points on 7 of 12. Tessa Johnson also scored 19 points. Again, that's an exhibition game, but against a very good North Carolina team. Gamecocks open the regular season in just a few days' time over at CLA against Grand Canyon. Meanwhile, Paul Maneri's baseball schedule has been completely finalized. I won't give you all 56 games at this point, unless you want me to, Terry. I can read them all if you want.
From beginning to end.
All right, no, I'm not going to do that. I will tell you, though, that they have exhibition games in the coming week, including a home game Sunday against Charlotte. So, Gamecock baseball fans, if you want a little something to do, it should be a nice day, too. To 1 o'clock first pitch, and the game is going to go 12 innings. They already know that. Meanwhile, the regular season will open on Friday the 13th against Northern Kentucky. The Gamecocks will have a really cool military appreciation weekend. They'll have Army and Navy coming to Columbia on February 20th and 21st. Air Force on the 22nd. That's pretty neat, man. I really dig that. And the Clemson series will be February 27th, a Friday in Columbia, or at least at Founders. Staying in Columbia Saturday afternoon for a game over at beautiful Segra Park. And then the Sunday afternoon game will be at Doug Kingsmore. According to what I see here, we do not yet have a time for the Clemson games, 7 o'clock and 3 o'clock for the Clemson games that are here in the capital city. And we've already given you the SEC schedule. It'll open a couple of weeks later when the Gamecocks host Florida. So there you go. If you want to see it, GamecocksOnline.com has the full Gamecock baseball schedule, but it is now out. Bad news today as we continue our headlines for Jaguar fans. Travis Hunter is headed to the IR, and he will have to miss at least 4 games but it could be more depending on what further testing shows. He had a non-contact injury to his knee this week. It doesn't appear that it is anything that is torn, but could be a host of things that could keep him out. And again, further testing may show more, but unfortunately, the Heisman Trophy winner, Terry, done for the year. And they're not bad. And he's having a solid season. He's been their best receiver pretty much. Now Brian Thomas will have to kind of play into that role. He's had some good things done on defense. He's played 67% of the team's offensive snaps and 36% of their defensive snaps. On defense, 15 tackles and 3 PBUs, 28 catches and a touchdown on the offensive side. So again, nothing to write home about. But when you're asking a rookie to do 2 big jobs in the NFL, he's had a solid year so far. But unfortunately now he's going to miss at least a month.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the numbers real quick for Hunter, and you're right, it doesn't wow you off the page, but right now he's their leading receiver with 28 catches. Hunter's had 43 targets for the 28 catches. The problem this year has been Brian Thomas Jr. just has not played to the level he did last year. He has 54 targets as Brian Thomas Jr., only 27 catches. That's not good enough, Jay. So yeah, Brian Thomas Jr.'s got to get back to being who he was last year, because so far this year he's been very inconsistent.
Speaking of injuries, Arizona State has announced that star quarterback Sam Leavitt is sadly done for the season. He will have season-ending surgery to repair a foot injury that he's basically hurt twice. He hurt it once, tried to play, hurt it again last week against Houston. I think he'd originally hurt it a couple of weeks earlier, but he was such a bright spot last year, Terry. He and Cam Scadaboo, and God bless Cam Scadaboo for what he's going through with that terrible injury in his rookie season with the Giants, too. But last week, Leavitt was not good. He was 18 of 35, 270 and a touchdown, but you could tell he was laboring. And, again, for a kid like him to basically be at 50%, you know something's off. And this year it just wasn't happening for him. He's, I think, going to be a pretty good draft pick next season. We'll see. But unfortunate that he's done for the year, and the return to the playoff for Arizona State was already in jeopardy, and this probably seals the deal.
Yeah, because 2 things. One, you lose a guy who has been playing well. Remember, he led them down the field against Texas Tech to get that big W over the Red Raiders. And B,
what a game that was, man.
Oh, that was a phenomenal game, wasn't it? And here's the thing, though. The guy, look, I'm not trying to be mean. The guy replacing him, Jeff Sims, is not very good. And he's been at, I feel like, 20 schools. And he's a huge drop compared to Leavitt. And that combination, look, if Arizona State can, find a way to win 7 games, that will be an enormous achievement with this thing that just happened to him losing Leavitt. It just isn't. I'm not trying to be mean, just telling the truth.
No, it's not. You're being realistic. I totally get it. And now ASU fans need to worry about whether one of their own, Kenny Dillingham, is going to be somebody who's he's going to get talked to by some of these openings. But I know he loves it out there. And listen, Phoenix, Tempe, great area to live and recruit. But
and Jay, remember Jay, he got that. He got everything he wanted in his contract last year. They're going to spend the rev share money. They're going to pay the assistants. They're going to do all the things he wants them to do. But to your point, somebody comes a calling. And one of these heavyweight jobs come a calling with a lot of heavyweight money. You got to listen if you're Kenny Dillingham. But he really doesn't want to leave in a perfect world.
I don't think he does. And finally, Game 6 tonight of the World Series. Yoshinobu Yamamoto was brilliant when in his last outing against Toronto when he went the distance. Can he do it again tonight, or at least something reasonably close? Kevin Gossman goes tonight for Toronto. The Jays are up 3-2, so obviously a must-win for L.A. to force a Game 7 and try to repeat. Otherwise, it's the Jays who become the world champs for the first time since the early 90s. And that's our headlines of the day, brought to you by Integrated Media. More on Carolina Ole Miss, part of the Gamecock Notebook, next.
Yeah, Jay Phillips has this really cool leather notebook he stole from the school bookstore back in the 90s.
I didn't steal it. I borrowed it permanently. There's a difference.
It's true. I'll bring this right back, I swear.
Yeah, there's a difference.
It's like you find that library book from, like, high school that you've had for 27 years. You're like, oh, I should take that back.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
At what point did they stop caring?
Yeah, they probably didn't care right from the beginning, to be honest.
I don't know.
You know what I mean?
They replaced it.
Exactly. Yeah. What do you got in the Gamecock
Anyway,
notebook,
right.
my man? Oh, I didn't play.
Well,
Let me get this. Let me get to this really quick because I didn't do this. Let's get to Lenora Sellers. I do want to play it really quick. Shane Beamer on Carolina Calls talking about Lenoris handling the loss.
Yeah, Lenoris is fine. He gave us an opportunity to win, and he made so many plays throughout the game with his legs and his arm, and nobody, feels worse about that fumble than he does. And it would be one thing if he had been carrying the ball throughout the game with poor ball security. We've been on him because at times he hasn't carried it the right way. But you go back and watch all of his plays where he carried the ball on Saturday. He's carrying it the right way, and on that play he was too. The guy just did a nice job, and he continued to fight and compete for extra yardage, and it happened. But he's been good, responded the right way, and those guys around him have also.
Terry, this is maybe the 5th, 6th, 137th time I've said this today. Tomorrow night, I want Lenoris to be Lenoris. I don't care what form that takes, whatever it is that they designed for him to do, however he at times improvises or freelances. Not that he goes off script, mind you. I want to follow the plan. But I want more of Lenoris being Lenoris. And I feel like, and you and I mentioned this early in the show, I feel like there's going to be a big part between the ears of Lenoris Sellers that wants a shot at redemption for what happened late last week.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, look, that fumble, and you got to protect the ball, and you can't assume things of that, all that stuff. But that fumble takes away from how well Lenore Sellers played above the stats. Look, the stat line's a stat line, but if you watch that game, how Lenore Sellers affected that game in his usage and the thing. I mean, he broke. I lost track. I think it was 7,000 tackles. I mean, he played. That's the way he's got to play for South Carolina to have a chance. And it's a shame that fumble at the end is what a lot of folks will look back on because Sellers really affected that game. The only other game he affected as much to me is Kentucky than he affected last Saturday. And he's got to affect it even more this weekend without having a crippling fumble, obviously.
I agree with you. Continuing our Gamecock notebook, Neil McCready of Rebels 247 was on the Gamecock Central Takeover Hour yesterday. Got a couple of cuts from him to get an Ole Miss perspective. And this one I think Gamecock fans really pay attention to. Cut 3, Terry. Here's Neil comparing the job that Austin Simmons was doing before his injury to the job that Trinidad Chambliss is now doing as, again, one of the breakout stars in college football, quarterback for the Ole Miss Rebels.
Yeah, Austin's 19-year-old kid, and you knew first year as a starter he was going to make some mistakes, and he did, and he got hurt at Kentucky late in that game, September the 6th, and, Trinidad Chambliss is an older guy and took Ferris State to the Division II national championship and won it. And yet, when that happened, you're like, well, this team's in trouble. And if anything, they took a step forward. He's incredibly good with pocket presence, sort of knowing where pressure's coming. It's like I've said that he seems to play with like a rearview mirror on his helmet. He sort of sees things coming behind him that he shouldn't be able to see. He definitely feels pressure and moves. He extends plays with his feet. He doesn't have the arm Simmons has at all, but he's one of those guys, and I don't know how we ever define this, but he just sort of has the it factor a little bit. I mean, he's not going to play in the NFL. He doesn't have the deep ball. He's not going to throw that 55, 60-yard pass like Lenore Sellers is where you go, wow. It's not in his arsenal. But what he doesn't do is turn it over. I mean, this is like, I guess, game 6 or 7 for him as the starter, and he just doesn't throw picks. He doesn't put the ball on the ground. He gets he sort of lives to fight another fight pretty consistently. And then every so often, he'll just make a play where you go, wow, I didn't think he could do that. And he's just been very steady in that regard. And he's a fun kid. He's very charismatic. And
all I heard there was Arsenal, Terry. No, kidding. Listen, I think sorry. I think that if you know, you know. If you know me, you know. I'm just so impressed with Trinidad Chambliss. And Neil is likely correct about any next level. And again, far too often, I think a lot of us are guilty of looking at college football players, especially Southeastern Conference football players, and not only enjoying their time in the league, but trying to measure how they stack up for the draft. You know, and for this kid, maybe there that isn't there. Maybe somebody gives him an opportunity. Who knows? But for a college quarterback, again, he's been tremendous. I've been so impressed. He's fun to watch, and that's why we do this, right? I mean, for most people anyway, this is fun. This is why I love college football. I love the NFL too, but I just there's something different, obviously, about college football. And Trinidad Chambliss is part of what makes college football great. Okay, so you're not an NFL dude. You know what? You're tearing up the SEC right now. You're tearing it up, and you weren't supposed to. It's just such a great story. So there's a lot to like about what that kid provides, and the Gamecocks have their hands full.
Yeah, look, and you nailed it. It's always about the NFL, and I understand it. I get it. Just like the college game, it's all about the NBA. But I've gotten to like this about it, Jay. I just want to enjoy watching these dudes play on the collegiate level, and whatever they end up doing in the NFL is what they do, and I can separate it. And you're right, Trinidad Chambliss most likely will never take a snap in the NFL as a starting quarterback. Who cares? What he's done this year is phenomenal. That doesn't take away what he's doing for Ole Miss, because look, let's be honest. Austin Simmons, the way he was playing early this year, if Austin Simmons would be continuing to struggle the way he did with consistency, maybe Ole Miss isn't in the position they're in. Maybe Trinidad Chambliss in some way saved their season to keep it on this path. Just saying.
Well, yeah, maybe that LSU defense is even better against Simmons, and they don't have that opportunity. Who knows? Here's one more from Neil McCready. We got time for this, Terry? Yeah, we got time for this.
Sure, man.
Here's Neil, cut number 6, what he believes Ole Miss must do to avoid an upset tomorrow night.
I think key one, when you're playing a team that's coming off an emotional loss and a team that, let's face it, I mean, you guys know this better than I do. This season has not gone the way South Carolina had hoped it would go. I think the key number one is you jump on a team early and you sort of send that thought through their mind of, well, this, here we go again. We're 3-5. What's the difference between 3 and 6? What are we doing tomorrow when we get home? You want them to stop thinking about maybe winning a game. That's key one. Key two for Ole Miss is you got to get Sellers on the ground. That's hard. You can't let him get going. And then, key three is kind of two things. One is just you play your game offensively. You don't turn the ball over. And when Ole Miss does that, they score points. They score points on everybody. I mean, Kiffin's just an offensive genius. It's 6 years I've covered him now, and it's incredible. They find a weakness in every defense and go get it. That's just what they do, and they'll do it again on Saturdays. What they do, but the key thing for them is that you can't have these big coverage bust plays that they've been having where Carolina gets some 77-yard touchdown pass because a safety got lost. You cannot continue to do that. It's playing with fire. And they did it against Georgia, and it finally burned them. They've done it kind of all year. They've given up big plays, and it's the one thing when people talk about this team making a playoff run and stuff, and I'm like, man, you got to fix that. If they could fix that, I buy it. Otherwise, I just kind of keep waiting. It's the little kid that keeps putting his hand on the stove. One of these days, that burner's going to be on.
Well said, sir. Well said. That's Neil McCready from Rebel 247 on the station yesterday talking about this ball club. And, again, big play. We saw a big play, Sellers to Harbor. Get some more of that, stretch that defense, open up some holes for the run game, see what Carolina can do to affect change. Right now we need two of you, 803-404-6100, 803-404-6100. It is time to play this week's edition of the Wild Card Showdown. Two of you next. Feeling like you want to, it's time to call the men's clinic. You don't feel like yourself as age creeps up on you, and all of a sudden you're like, I wonder what's up with that. Well, don't wait for it to go away. Don't ignore it. Instead, see Dr. Dan Balknight and his team at the men's clinic. You get a one-on-one consultation. They'll get to know you. They'll talk with you about what you do every day, what is happening, what isn't happening. Find those gaps, fill them in with a treatment plan that is just right, again, for you. No magic pills, no one-size-fits-all. These are medical experts in healthcare for men, and they're dedicated to making you feel like yourself again. They get terrific results for their patients and have been for many, many years. Call them up, 803-875-MENS. Do it for yourself. Do it for your family. Go see Dr. Dan Balknight and his team at the men's clinic.
Oh, we have some accidents. Right lane is blocked. I-20 westbound to Bush River Road. That's exit 63. Also, Bar Road at US 1. That's West Main Street, Augusta Highway. Highway 501 between Academy Drive and Wonderland Road. Also, I-20 eastbound at Clemson Road, exit 80. I-77 northbound at I-20. That's exit 18. Lee Park Road at Oakwood Road. Also, Longtown Road at Farrell Road. Two Notch at Sparkleberry as well. Wild Card Showdown coming up next here on the post-game show with Jay and Terry on the Game Network. All right, time. Roll the Wild Card Showdown. We got Frank. We got Jack. We got Jay. It's time to get this thing going, dude.
Let's do it. Frank and Jack, how you doing, boys, on a Halloween Friday? You guys all dressed up and ready?
Not yet, but later tonight.
Oh,
All right,
wait
good.
a
There
minute.
you
What
go.
are we wearing later tonight for our Halloween get-up?
I'm still in college, so I'm Steve from Minecraft.
Nice.
Okay. Minecraft. All right. That's good. That's good.
That's
All right.
cool.
Well, Elijah is not with us live today, but he has already made his picks. Elijah is out front for those of us on the station, 24 and 21. Last week I went 4-1 to move one game above 500, 23 and 22. Terry one game under at 22 and 23. And again, Frank and Jack, you beat the other guy, and two of us will hook you up with a beer card. So let's get it started. Frank, I'm going to start with you. Texas hosting Vanderbilt. 3.5-point favorites are the Longhorns at home. What do you think?
Vandy.
Vandy plus the points on the road. Jack.
Yeah, Vandy as well, and on the money line.
Oh,
okay. I haven't seen the money line, but I'll take your word for it. So good for you. Elijah has taken Texas. Terry Ford, I've already said it all week here. I love the Vandy story, and if they win, that's great. I'm not pulling for or against, but something tells me Texas gets this one done at home. Even with the point added today, I'm going to take Texas minus the points. Who you got?
you know, it's funny. Obviously, Arch Manning, concussion protocol, play, not whatever. I think Texas wins, but Vandy covers.
Okay.
So
Vandy
I'm going to take
plus the
Vandy to
points.
cover. And by the way,
Yeah,
I am
still-
blatantly rooting for Vandy. Screw Texas.
Yeah, I kind of am too, I guess. I kind of am too, but I'm going to,
I think
I'll
we
hedge
start
my
a
bets
chant
here.
right now. Screw Texas, all of us together.
Well, it's just horns down. That's all. Just,
All
just
right.
do a horns down. Let's go next to Jack to start us off. Tennessee, 2.5-point home favorites over Oklahoma. Jack, who do you like?
I'll take the Sooners on this one.
Oklahoma plus the points on the road. Frank?
Oklahoma also.
All right, you guys liking the road dogs plus points. I get it. Elijah Campbell has taken the Tennessee Volunteers. Terry Ford.
What's the points again?
2.5. Tennessee is favored.
I'm gonna go Vols at home on this one. I don't have a ton of confidence in Venables' offense, so I'm gonna go Tennessee.
Yeah, this is you and I were saying earlier too. This is an elimination game, and something tells me Oklahoma's smarting from last week. I also will take Tennessee at home. I could see a 3-point Tennessee win. That would just get them by. To the NFL, I'll start with Elijah, who has already chosen the Colts as 3.5-point favorites in Pittsburgh. So the Colts are 3.5-point favorites at the Steelers. Elijah has Indy. Terry, I'll go to you.
Again, logically, I would take Indy because I think they're the better team right now, and they've shown it all year. And the Steelers are they're scuffling. They've lost 2 in a row, right?
Yep.
This game's in Pittsburgh, right?
Yep.
Exactly. So I'm going to take the Steelers here. And because, again, this is the kind of game the Steelers fumble around and find a way to win like 3-2. So I'll take the Steelers.
Your logic is where my head is as well. I think it's just time. I think Pittsburgh is due, as my late grandmother would have said about a baseball player. He's due. Pittsburgh is due. So I will take Pittsburgh plus the home points. Frank, who do you like?
Pittsburgh.
Steelers, says Frank, and that takes me to Jack.
We'll take the Colts. Why not? They're playing some good ball.
They are
I
playing
want to
great
know the
ball,
money
man.
line, Jack. What's the money line telling us?
The money line, I don't know. I'd probably take Pittsburgh on the money line if you get good odds.
You know, I
it
think
might be better for Pittsburgh.
Hey, Jay, I think Jack needs to start hosting the Wild Card Showdown. This guy's got some knowledge.
He's got
what
a
I'm
little
saying.
something going. We'll see. We'll see. Kansas City goes to Buffalo. It's the Chiefs that are 2.5-point favorites. I'll start this one off. I think Buffalo's not going to like that. I got Buffalo. Again, giving me home points, I'll take them. So I got Buffalo. Terry Ford.
Buffalo wins this game in the regular season. Kansas City wins this game in the postseason. I'll take the Bills.
Bills. Elijah has also taken the Buffalo Bills at home plus the points. Jack.
Born and raised a fan of the Miami Dolphins, I will not be picking the Bills. Anything but the Bills. Let's go Chiefs.
Kansas City on the road. Frank.
KC.
KC on the road. Okay, now wild card time. Elijah has already been drawn. Elijah got the Miami SMU game. SMU hosting the Canes, but it's Miami minus 10.5, and he has taken those home points. So Elijah has taken SMU. Frank, you get Southern California 4.5-point favorites at Nebraska. What do you think, Frank?
Southern Cal.
Southern Cal on the road, plus or minus the points, rather. Jack, you have got Georgia Tech, 5.5-point road favorites at NC State.
Tech is kind of breezing by their schedule. I'll take them again.
Georgia Tech to stay undefeated, says Jack. All right, Terry Ford. You got the cocktail party, my man. Georgia, 7.5 in Jacksonville.
Please. Georgia covers that.
Georgia, says Terry Ford. Wow, it's not even just pretending Florida's not going to show
By the way, Georgia could go to the cocktail party in the parking lot and still cover against Florida.
Maybe. I get Ohio State, 19.5 over Penn State. And I hate that number. I hate that number. Because I can see this being like 34-17 or something. You know, I can see Penn State. Penn State still has a lot of talent.
Yeah.
Oh, God. No, Ohio State. It's in Columbus. I hate that number. I just don't like that.
I agree. I do.
All right. I'm going to regret that one. Penn State's going to cover that. All right. Finally, guys, tiebreaker statistic. Listen carefully. Combined passing yards for Mahomes and Allen in that KC Bills game. Combined passing yards for Mahomes and Allen. Since Elijah has already picked ahead of time, he has chosen 5-13. 5-1-3 is what Elijah chose. Frank, I'll let you go next.
420.
4-2-0. Jack.
We'll go 465.
465?
Yes.
Make sure you didn't say 455. 465, says Jack. Terry Ford.
What did Elijah take?
513.
I'll take 512.
512. Okay, interesting, because I might go higher than I'm going to give Elijah just enough cushion. I see, 525.
There you go.
I think they're going to air it out. 525. All right, we're all in. Frank, Jack, happy Halloween. Jack, don't get in trouble tonight.
Yeah,
all right?
Jack, watch yourself and then whatever costume.
Oh, never. Would never do that. No
All right.
All right. Thanks,
Thank
fellas.
you, boys. Appreciate you listening.
guys.
Appreciate you playing along. So there you go. We're all in. Again, Elijah has Texas, Tennessee, Colts, Bills, SMU. Terry, you got the cocktail party, Georgia, easy cover. And I hate that Ohio State game.
Yeah, you screwed yourself on. That's a tough. I see where you're coming from. I do see what you mean.
I did, again, I don't pick them. I draw them out. I put them in a hat. I draw them out, man. And I did. You
gotta do something about that honesty. You gotta stop that honesty.
Well, I know. That's part of the problem, I suppose. All right, we'll give you our final thoughts on Carolina Ole Miss. A little Jay versus the internet on the other side is the postgame show.
All right. We wrap this baby up on a Football Friday. Terry Ford, Jay Phillips. All right, my brother. What's going to happen on Saturday in Oxford? Where are you at with this whole thing?
Well, yeah, I look, I think it's what mindset do the Gamecocks have right now? I think there's every reason to believe that they still feel really good about who they are despite being 3-5. I think they played well enough last week, but well enough didn't get it done. Shane has a great November record. Tomorrow is November. There's something to that. How much? I don't know. I don't know. Ask me tomorrow night. We'll know more about it. But I think, like I said earlier to you, Terry, I think Lenoris has to come in wanting a shot at redemption. We heard the Neil McCready, who covers Ole Miss, saying that they are prone at times to giving up some big plays deep.
Mm-hmm,
All right. You've proven you can hit some big plays deep. So go hit him. Get Nick Harbor more involved. Make him stretch that defense. If that's where they have a weakness, if that's where there's something going wrong for them, exploit it. Do the best you can to do that. But I love what Trinidad Chambliss is doing, and I think Carolina, Kejuan Lacey, tremendous. I just think Carolina's defense has their hands full. Eliminate your own mistakes. I think you have a real good opportunity here. I still see I think Carolina covers the spread for what that's worth, but I still think Mississippi is just more capable of scoring points than South Carolina. So until I see otherwise, I'll give the nod to the home team tomorrow night.
And that's the thing. To your point about, and to the point of our guy covering Ole Miss, in that first series, I would love to see them, or in their script, I would love to see them take a deep shot with Harbor. Just take a shot, and who cares? Just take a shot down the field because you've established the fact you're going to take it, right? Now you put it in their head, you are going to stretch the field vertically. Take that shot. Matter of fact, I'd take 3 or 4 shots down the field in this game.
I was going to say, get him more involved, Terry. Yeah. I mean, one catch last week, huge catch, but only one catch. I mean, you got to get Harbor more involved.
Yeah, and the other thing, too, okay, let's say they decide they want to roll a safety on Harbor deep. Okay, fine. But that leaves other parts of the field open. So, I mean, you got to be aggressive. That's my one thing, too, we didn't talk about enough today is, look, you're 3-5.
Got nothing to lose.
You got zip to lose. Be aggressive. Yeah. Go out there and let it all roll, man. And if you do take a lead like last week into the fourth quarter, be aggressive there, too. Don't go, we got a lead, we got to protect it. No, go out there and do what you – so one thing that gets me, I get situational football, Jay, especially that 4-minute offense when you're trying to – burn some clock with a 2-score lead or whatever. But what always gets me is teams will do something for 3 quarters, right? And they put themselves in position to win, and then they get in the fourth quarter and they stop doing it. It drives me nuts. Just if you are lucky enough to take a fourth quarter lead into this game Saturday, and look, you led at Missouri, you led against Bama, who's ranked. You were right there in Death Valley, in Baton Rouge. If you could find a way to have a lead in the fourth quarter, put your foot on the gas, man. You're 3-5, right? Just play football. Play the way you were playing to get that lead.
I hope they do. If they have that chance, I hope they do because we haven't seen enough of it. That's what I'll say on that part.
Absolutely.
So,
you want me to throw you a couple Jay versus the internet for fun?
Yeah. What do you got?
We typically don't do it on a Football Friday, but what the heck? We got the SEC, and let's throw you a couple games you didn't pop in the Wild Card Showdown. A little off-the-grid SEC type of stuff. All right, Mississippi State goes to Arkansas. Arkansas is 4.5-point favorite. They're dying in Fayetteville for Bobby Petrino to start piling the win or two.
I know, right? 4.5. I'll take State to cover on the road, man.
Look at you. Now, that's not your anti-Bobby Petrino bias rearing its ugly head again, is it?
No, never.
Never. It would never do that. Another one really quick I'll throw at you. Kentucky goes to Auburn. Auburn is a 10.5-point favorite against just a bad Kentucky team. Does Kentucky cover the number?
No, not this time. I think Auburn wins by 14-17.
They have to, right? Kentucky's terrible, man.
Kentucky's not good.
Kentucky's bad. Now, okay, I'll throw you a Jay or nay. Are they going to buy? Does Kentucky buy out Stoops? I think you have to, don't you?
Jay.
Yeah, you have to.
Would.
You have to at this point.
It's time. It's been a nice run. It's been a nice run, but I think it's over in 15 or so years. He's the senior coach in the conference, man. So
run that one through your head really quick.
I know it's not
crazy.
Kirby.
No,
yeah, it's not Kirby. It's Mark Stoops.
I think both coaches in that game will be fired at the end of the year. Stoops and also Hugh Freeze.
I can see that. I can absolutely see that. Yeah.
All right, man. Good job, my friend.
Good stuff. Yeah, thanks to Langston. Everybody be safe. Watch out for those little ones out there for Halloween. Have fun. And again, Jack, that just played with us, don't get in trouble, buddy.
That's right,
Don't
pal.
get in trouble.
That Minecraft
That's good advice
costume.
for everybody. Don't get in trouble. Y'all have a fun weekend. We'll see you Monday.
Have a good one.
Have you been looking for a reliable propane provider? Well, choose Palmetto Propane, just like so many have been doing for more than 65 years. They provide exceptional service that you can count on day after day, whether it's something like the Renai tankless water heater, which I say often, get one and thank me later. You'll immediately see why. Or maybe it's commercial fuel services to run your business. Palmetto Propane delivers. They can create customized solutions that work for you. And if you're looking for a great fire features indoor or out, stop into the Palmetto Propane Hearth and Patio Home Store showrooms. See and feel what these products are all about and make your life a whole lot more comfortable and a whole lot more efficient. And again, Palmetto Propane delivers. Experience the difference. Log on to palmettopropane.com and find a Hearth and Patio Home Store showroom near you. South Carolina's leading propane provider since 1959. That's Palmetto Propane.
Our final check on traffic. We have a few accidents still to get into real quick before we roll on out of here. All right, we got Bar Road at US 1. That's West Main Street, Augusta Highway. Also I-77 northbound at I-20, exit 16. Lee Park Road at Oakwood Road. Longtown Road at Farrow Road. Percival Road between Forest Drive and Decker Boulevard. And Two Notch Road at Sparkleberry. Accident cleared I-20 westbound at Bush River Road, exit 63. Coming up 8 o'clock. Special edition of our high school football scoreboard show. Tomorrow, our Gamecock coverage gets started. Gamecocks game day live from O'Hara's Pub in Lexington, 2 p.m. Also, our viewing parties at 7 p.m. at O'Hara's and our YouTube hang on at the Game TV radio.